And welcome back again. Yours truly, Anthony Parker Alexander of Keeping It Honest. Democratic Convention Day One. Welcome. Hey, this only comes around once every 4 years. And since it's the first time we've ever done this, we welcome you to the show. You're watching Keeping It Honest. Yours truly, Anthony Parker Alexander. I'm yours truly, Anthony Parker Alexander. And we are live casting the Democratic National Convention Day One in Chicago. And what we're going to be doing for Parker Twist, we're going to have some speeches that they may not be showing on mainstream and even streaming. But these are some speeches from some politicians I think you need to hear. Some of them I haven't heard in years. I have one coming up from Maxine Waters. So, we try to get the left side, we know we try to do the right side. And at the end of the day, hopefully you decide, but we give you the truth. We covered the Republican convention, but unfortunately, we didn't do it as in depth as we're doing it now. But don't worry, we will still be talking about the Republicans as much as the Democrats. So it's going to be an interesting week. We're going to be coming on. We're trying to figure out what time to come on. So we got it for this time now. So Monday is for the people. These are different themes. Tuesday, a bold vision for America's future. Wednesday, a fight for our freedoms. And Thursday, for our future. Whether you like the Democrats or not, they're going to put on a good show today for this week. And then they're going to do the nomination for Kamala Harris. So here's what's coming on the next couple of days. Biden will speak tonight. President Obama will speak tomorrow. Oh, and former Secretary Hillary Clinton will also speak today or Monday. Biden will speak Tuesday. Bill Clinton will speak Wednesday. And Kamala will speak Thursday with, of course, Tim Wise. So tell me what you think. If you have any questions or comments, you can email me. It's parkerman2011 at gmail.com, parkerman2011 at gmail.com. You could also text me. Telephone number is 216-702-3718, 216-702-3718. And go to my Patreon page. That's a page like PBS where you can contribute 3 tiers, and you could contribute either this much, or that much. You pick the 2 tiers. Keep us going. You see, we put a lot of hard work into some of the stuff we do, or all of the stuff we do. We do Keeping It Honest. We do short videos, long videos. We do short ones as long as 5 seconds, or as short as 5 seconds, and long videos as long as 3 hours. So in between the day, who knows how long this show is going to be, but we're going to be covering hopefully everything. We're going to go to different sites, sit in, listen to some of these speakers, some speakers you haven't heard, some speakers they're not putting on TV. So we're going to try to get the right speakers at the right time on here. We're going to sit in on some of the analysts and give our commentary. We're going to be there when Hillary Clinton talks. We're going to be there when Joe Biden talks. And then we'll be on a little bit afterwards too. So, get something to eat, get something to drink. We're going to be here for a minute. We're going to talk about the protesters, maybe show you films of what's happening outside. There's a lot of things that happen outside this convention, which we'll talk about. So, one of the things that I want to do, and like I said, we're doing this all live, the convention right there, great convention. I want to start this off. Very interesting. Somebody I had not seen in a long time. I didn't know she was still around, and I guess she is. So let's take in a look at this person who I'm totally fascinated with as far as a politician. She's been around for decades, and she's still around. So let's welcome her right. Let me make sure I got this right now. All right, here we go. Well, you know what? Before we recognize her, I want to tell you, I was at the Republican convention when they were here in my city 8 years ago. So you'd have to look that up because I'm not going to tell you. Okay. But I was able to go to the Republican convention for that week, and man, was it great. Okay. Some people may like, well, you know what? Maybe it turned out good. Maybe it didn't turn out good. Um, but I saw a lot of fascinating things. And if you can ever go to a Republican convention when it comes to your town or a Democrat convention, it's a great political way of life. So we're going to go here, and this is going to be the history of Chicago, black, white, and the legendary people as far as politicians that made Chicago the place to be. You're watching, keeping it honest. Yours truly, Anthony Parker Alexander, at the Democratic National Convention.
Please welcome President and CEO of the NAACP, Derek Johnson, and President and CEO of the National Coalition on Black Civic Participation, Melanie Campbell.
And don't worry, this won't be boring. This will be very interesting.
Good evening. I'm Derek Johnson, President and CEO of the NAACP, and I'm here to do my black job. Since the founding of our nation, we have been on an unending march to protect this imperfect union. Tonight, we celebrate the power of the collective, of what is possible when we are all in for all people. But as we do, let us not forget the history that preceded this moment or the history makers who prepared us for it. As we just heard, in 1964, the Mississippi Freedom Democratic Party, led by Fannie Lou Hamer, and Mississippi NAACP State President Aaron Henry, who stood tall and challenged a process that excluded them to ensure that we will all be recognized here tonight. In 1973, the historic elections of Atlanta's Mayor Maynard Jackson, Detroit's Mayor Comey Young, and LA's Mayor Tom Bradley paved the way for another historic election just 10 years later, right here in Chicago, with the election of Harold Washington as the first black mayor of the city of Chicago.
So, how many people watching this now, if you're into politics and the legacy of black politicians, remember some of those African American politicians? Where are those guys at now as far as today? They were legendary. They made a difference, not just in black cultural society, but in society overall. But where are they at today?
And in 1988, the Reverend Jesse Jackson, in his second quest for the White House, inspired us all to keep hope alive.
And what if Jesse Jackson would have won or somebody would have picked him as VP? What a difference maybe this world would have been.
Now, this is important because we must all understand Black history is American history.
Remember that black history is American history.
And in this historic moment, we will write the next chapter together.
Good evening. I'm Melanie Campbell, President and CEO of the National Coalition on Black Civic Participation, and national convener of the Black Women's Roundtable. We have come this far by faith. And for Black women, this moment has been a long time coming. Vice President Kamala Harris's path to becoming the Democratic nominee for President of the United States has been paved by the leadership, sacrifice, faith, and patriotism of generations of Black women. Black women like Dr. Dorothy Irene Height, Diane Nash, Ella Baker, Amelia Boynton Robinson, Barbara Jordan, Shirley Chisholm, and Reverend Willie Barrow. Women whose optimism about what America could be and their fight to make that vision real redefined the leadership role that Black women could play in moving our nation forward. As president, Kamala Harris will lead with power, brilliance, and strength from the highest office in the land.
But remember, just a month ago, they were trying to see how they could get her off the VP ticket besides Joe Biden and put in a new presidential candidate and vice presidential candidate. So a month later, now she's the coming of God. I'm just keeping it honest. That's all I'm doing. Now, here's something really interesting
Brothers and
coming up.
sisters, I don't know what this world is coming to.
We resist those attacks collectively, and we will stand together.
Do we believe in freedom?
Support human rights. We believe in that. Support self-determination. We're built on that.
Stronger together is not just a lesson from our history.
The institutions of this country belong to all of the people who inhabit it.
Jesse Jackson took to the stage at the Democratic National Convention in Chicago, knowing the uphill battle he would face in composing the score of a harmonious nation.
Reverend Jackson started out very young. He opened the door, and he continues to do that even now, that all of us have a responsibility for other generations to come behind us.
Jesse Jackson's candidacy in 1984 helped to pave the way for Barack Obama's presidency in 2008. His 1988 candidacy helped to reshape the Democratic National Committee. His candidacy was before its time.
Fueled by passion and determination and marching to their own beat, our civil rights leaders laid the groundwork for lasting change, dreaming of a country where equality and justice inspired the next generation.
We need the energy of our young people. We need the wisdom of our elders. We all can be proud to say that we are truly a leading democracy and we respect people's ability to exist.
Energy of the young people, wisdom of our elders. We need to get that together, whether you're Democrat, Republican, whatever party affiliation you are, for this country to continue to grow, to have the vision that we want America to be. The elders and the youth have to get together on that same page.
America is not like a blanket, one piece of unbroken cloth, the same color, the same texture, the same size. America is more like a quilt, many patches, many pieces, many colors, many sizes.
Standing on the shoulders of giants, Kamala Harris is the candidate who encompasses the brilliance, determination, analysis, and the action to carry the torch lit by the founders of the movement. There's only one choice to represent our collective voice.
What kind of country do we want to live in?
Value system of the modern Democratic Party has been shaped by the civil rights movement of the 1960s.
There's a direct line from 64, the National Democratic Convention, where Fannie Lou Hamer asked to be seated, in 2024, where a Black woman is the Democratic nominee. It's been a long struggle and a long journey, but Fannie's going to be vindicated and Shirley Chisholm's going to be vindicated in the 24 Democratic Convention.
I wonder if I could sit in a room with Shirley Chisholm, with Rosa Parks, with Coretta Scott King. What would they say about what's happening today?
The civil rights movement has been a key part of organizing the agenda, not just of the Democratic Party, but of democracy.
This is the hope that runs through Kamala Harris's leadership, one where hope, change, and freedom are the drumline of our democracy.
I stand before you today as a candidate for the Democratic nomination for the presidency of the United States of America.
I stand before you today to proudly announce I am now officially the Democratic nominee.
Now you look at that. That was Shirley Chisholm before her. Think of this legacy. I mean, it is really, really crazy, but crazy in a good way. You think about this. Is this a legacy for women's rights? Is this a legacy for Black women's rights? Is this the legacy of the United States just turning another page? I mean, not too long ago, we turned the page and we got a Black man for president. Not just one term, but 2 terms. Yes, we did. Yes, we can. You wonder, excuse me, does Kamala really know how much the weight of the world is on her? Even though she wasn't really picked by the people. Now, if she had to be picked by the people, would we have picked her or would we have picked somebody else? It's almost like LeBron in the covert years. Some people don't count that as a ring. Or if you have a football player that broke the record of yards in 20 games, where before that it was 16. He broke the record. But they're still questionable. So even though Kamala is getting the nomination to be the presidential candidate for the United States of America, was it well earned? I guess that's what people want to know. Almost like you give a minority a job back in the 80s, 90s, because they were a minority. When people do get in those situations, maybe because of a slight thing called favoritism, it's still up to them to prove that they were right for the job. So you think about this. You had Shirley Chisholm. You had Jesse Jackson. You had Al Sharpton. And you've got other people that have run for president of the United States. Now she's maybe close to being president of the United States, a female and a Black female. When she goes to bed at night, is she really taking what this position is really all about? So you have Trump, you have her. People say pray for your politicians. You have to pray every day for your politicians. But as you see this story and see who's coming up next, this isn't just about Kamala running for president of the United States. It's about the legacy that came before her.
Never surrender. America will get better. Keep hope alive. Keep hope alive.
Here we
Please
go.
welcome founder and president of the Rainbow Push Coalition, Reverend Jesse Jackson.
Look at this guy, Reverend Jesse Jackson. He was the Obama before there was Obama. He had young people, Black, white, everybody, the Rainbow Coalition, wanting to do stuff together. Was he ahead of his time? Yes, he was. Go back, look at his announcement at the Chicago event. I think it was 1996, I think, the last time they were in Chicago. And you hear about this guy. and how he spoke about everybody getting together, loving each other. We need Jackson again. We need Jesse Jackson again. The Rainbow Coalition, keep hope alive. Plus, he was there. He was a friend of Dr. Martin Luther King. So the legacy, it's amazing. It's not just a black legacy, it's an American legacy of when people were just there for each other. And he was a close friend of Dr. King. When Dr. King was assassinated, Jesse Jackson was there. The legacy makes you think if Dr. King was alive today, what would he do? Almost 30 years ago, Jesse Jackson was on this same stage. You're watching Keeping It Honest, Democratic Convention, Day 1. Paying tribute to the Reverend Jesse Jackson Jr. I was hoping somebody was going to talk. Go vote right away. Wow. You're watching Keeping It Honest. Yours truly, Anthony Parker Alexander. I said we're going to give you clips of certain things that I think people should be talking about, but not. That was Dr. Jesse Jackson. I mean, Reverend Jesse Jackson. You think about that. I keep talking about legacy. He was there when Dr. King was assassinated, 1968. And Chicago, well known for a lot of politicians. You had Barack Obama, you had Andrew Young, um, a very political, you had Mayor Daley, very political city. And it was kind of like the microscope of America. Things that we couldn't get, but then things African Americans that we were able to do, and that we were able to get along with each other. You look at the political scene now, you're not seeing that. Okay. We got people calling each other's names. One's pretty, one's ugly, one's weird. Okay. Why don't we just go with the policies? So on this show, we try to give you, like I said, things of Parker twist. Now, this person coming up, I was impressed with them because I was surprised, one, that they're still around and they're still very political. So it's kind of interesting when this person, they were older when I was growing up, and I was kind of surprised that they were still around politically. So I'm glad. I would love to have this person on my show someday. It's like I had Dr. Cornel West, and don't be surprised if you do see this person coming on my show on Keeping It Honest. Yours truly, Anthony Parker Alexander. So let's introduce her.
A lifelong advocate for civil rights, Maxine Waters.
And I love this lady, Maxine Waters. She looks good. She's been in office for decades, fighting that fight. That's good. I have not seen her for years.
Wow.
She's a tough lady.
Hello,
delegates. Now, you know, I've seen a lot in my lifetime. I was just 22 years old when Fannie Lou Hamer made her presence known at another Democratic convention. It was in 1964 in Atlantic City, and she arrived with a group of Black delegates from Mississippi. And she simply asked that her delegates be seated in place of the state's all-white delegation. She told the people in the room about the violence she suffered at the hands of white police because she, a Black woman, had demanded her right to vote. When she finished, she asked the country a simple but profound question. Is this America?
So she's 84 years old, just to let you know. She looks very good for 84 years old. In 1964, she was 22. I think I got that right. Okay, so she's 82 years old, but she was 22. And listen to her story.
She didn't get the outcome she was hoping for in Atlantic City. But you can bet that when the official Mississippi delegation was seated at the convention 4 years later, Fannie Lou Hamer was sitting there with them.
Mm-hmm.
Now here we are, 60 years later at another Democratic convention with Kamala Harris as our party's nominee. Oh, so I know there is no better leader to marshal us into the future. Kamala has been a courtroom prosecutor, a district attorney, an attorney general, a United States senator, vice president of the United States. And when the dust settles in November, and Americans of all stripes have elected her their president, I know she'll be thinking about Fannie Lou, who I happen to know is one of Kamala's heroes. In that moment, all of us, from New York to Pennsylvania to Arizona to California, we can ask ourselves, is this America? And we will be able to say loudly and proudly, you're damn right it is.
And there we have it. Oh, I love her. I haven't seen her in years. 82 years old. And if Kamala is elected president, the answer will be, is this America? I guess it is. Wow. You're watching Keeping It Honest. Yours truly, Anthony Parker Alexander, as we watch different clips that are taking place, speeches at the Democratic convention. And let me see, who did I have coming up here? Well, we see it wasn't me. The interesting thing about doing live stuff, I tell you, when it's live, you just never know what's going on. You have any questions or comments, you can email yours truly, parkerman2011 at gmail.com, parkerman2011 at gmail.com. You can text me, 216 702 3718, 216 702 3718. We are trying to get back online. We're having a little online problems, and we're trying to see how this is going. I'm going to give you a live feed. This I think is interesting. This is taking place outside. And what they're doing outside, they're stopping people that are riding. We are trying to get with that film for you. What do you think about this show so far? Maxine Waters? Did you like that?
To get to the other side where we know the DNC is occurring. And our officers responded swiftly. They responded professionally. They were disciplined, and it was effective.
What kind of training are officers undergoing to de-escalate and prevent?
Our officers have been through de-escalation training. That was the whole purpose of putting our officers through multiple hours of training, and having them go through repetitions.
And this is
So what you
outside
saw
where
there
some of
was
the riders are
de-escalation.
at, the
Our officers
demonstrators.
did not respond with any type of chemicals. We didn't respond with batons. Our officers responded with their hands the way that they were trained to do. If things had escalated to that point, then we would have used what we had to use. But we used the least amount of force to take these certain individuals into custody. And our officers, I just can't be more proud of the way that they responded.
What's the planning for the rest of the week? Some of the protests are organized, and there's going to be protests that are not part of this group that planned this today.
Stay the course. Our department is going to stay the course. Our department members, our officers proved today that the training works. Our officers also proved today that they can respond in ways that people are not giving them credit for. Again, the way that our officers responded, the way that the leadership team was on scene, calling the shots, leading the officers, I just can't be more proud of the way that these officers responded.
And the group that was planning the march on DNC today, have they been, I guess, following all of the communication and all of the coordination with police so far?
Well, listen, the group themselves and the organizers, they left the park. They marched, and a large portion of that group marched. So what I'm not going to do is associate the group that stayed behind and breached the fence with their planned protest. There
different
were
group,
peaceful
he's saying.
people in the crowd. There were people who just wanted to have their voices heard. But again, when you have people who infiltrate a crowd and they want to commit acts of violence, vandalism, we're going to stop them. Nobody is going to come to Chicago and destroy this city. No one is going to come here and hurt people in our city. We're going to protect our city. It doesn't always look pretty, but what you saw today was training in action. What you saw today was constitutional and effective policing to stop a breach where people could have been harmed.
And finally, were there arrests today?
Yes, there were arrests. I don't have that exact number right now, but we can get that to you.
Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you all.
Thank you.
All right, so we were just listening to one of the police officers that was talking about the rioters and how he was saying that there were some arrests, but the ones that are arrested pretty much were from the one group. The one that stayed, they're kind of peaceful rioters, but the ones that they arrested, they were with a group that needed to be gone. So that's why they got arrested. Wow. This is live coverage, sounding like, ABC News, of the Democratic Convention. What do you think so far? Okay, some of the speakers. We got lined up too. Coming up, I'm going to love this. I'm going to enjoy this. Hopefully you will too. There's Hillary Clinton. She's going to speak. And then Joe Biden, President Joe Biden. And after this, he's not even going to be there for the rest of the days. You think he'd stay there. But basically, they're saying, bye-bye, Joe. Give her the baton. Pooh, let her continue. So after this week, when this all ends, where's Biden going to be at? Because he's still going to be in charge. He could just go to the sunset now, get on a horse, and just jockey and ride. You think he should still be president, because she's trying to push her issues, her policies, but she's not trying to push her policies that were with Biden. She's also flip flopping her policies. Some people are saying, acknowledge you decided to change, you matured with your ideas, and you think maybe, well, you know what? Now I'm big boss. Maybe I can roll my way. And people say if Trump wants to beat you, stop talking about your name and push what you hadn't done in your policies. And I hear him what you want to do and everything, but why didn't any of this take place in the 3.5 years? I'm just saying. I'm just keeping it honest. I'm just keeping it real. So we're looking online now because we are trying to see the next story that is up so we can show it to you. And the one that I like, I think I'm going to get this one because we're trying to get you stories from all over. And you might say, okay, wow, I didn't see that. So I'm talking to you and I'm navigating. And you watch the show, hit the like, the share, and the subscribe button. And tell your friends. You're watching, keeping it honest. Yours truly, Anthony Parker Alexander. And we really love that you do hit the subscribe button. I thank you because also when you're leaving comments, I'm checking it on my phone right here. And I love the comments. We're going to read some of the comments sometime throughout the show, however long it goes. So we're going to peek in and listen and watch this person coming up now on Keeping It Honest. Let's see who she is.
Good evening. I'm Joyce Beatty, and I'm proud to represent Ohio in Congress.
All right.
I was born in the Buckeye State, and I've never left. Now, J.D. Vance likes to talk about how he's from Ohio, but as soon as he could, he ran away to Yale and Silicon Valley, cozying up with billionaires while trashing our communities. JD has been our senator for 18 months. And what has he done for hardworking Americans? Nothing. He's been busy writing the foreword to the book from the Project 2025 guy.
Is that true? I have to find that
Well,
out.
JD and Donald Trump have been sharing conspiracy theories from the darkest corners of our internet. Kamala Harris and Joe Biden have been busy expanding access to the internet, while the other guys have been criticizing women without children. Joe and Kamala have been expanding the child tax credit. And let me just tell you, cutting the poverty rate for our children. Kamala and Joe Biden have been also at the same time reducing the price of health care for our seniors. And yes, securing a cap of $35 on insulin. And as JD and Trump, they want to take us back to the past. Kamala and Joe have been bringing the jobs of the future to America today. With the CHIPS Act, a $280 billion investment. And that's not just a big number. It means new semiconductor plants and thousands of good paying jobs. You see, I worked with Kamala to pass it. And I I saw her leadership style up close, a rare combination of brilliance, legal expertise, and patience. You see, it's simple. JD and Trump like to talk about states like Ohio, but Kamala and Joe actually get stuff done for us. And so does our next vice president and my good friend, Governor Tim Walz. America, are you ready to build on our progress? Are you ready to turn out for leaders who know that action speaks louder than words? Are you ready to vote for Kamala Harris? Are you ready to put people over politics once and for all? Well, the era of joy and freedom is up on us. And now it is on us to go seize it. Thank you. God bless you.
All right. Woo-hoo. So, throughout the week, you're going to see a lot of that going on. If people come on, and I'm going to have to go back to this because this is going to be interesting, I think. Let's listen in. Because I think there's a story behind all this. Maybe they're clapping because of keeping it honest. Yours truly, Anthony Barber. Thank you, too. All right. Okay, there's too much clapping. Let's hear somebody talk. And here he comes. It looks like he owns the room. Better hurry up and stop the music, or he'll get mad.
Union, yes. Union, yes. Union, yes. Union, yes. All right. I'm Lee Saunders, president of AFSCME, a union of 1.4 million public service workers in healthcare, corrections, sanitation, and more. 4 years ago,
Union man, huh?
we faced a pandemic and a recession with a president who didn't care one bit what working people were going through. Enter Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. Within weeks, they passed the American Rescue Plan, pulling the economy back from the brink and putting us back to work. They're guided by a basic principle: more freedom for working people, including the freedom to join a union. So this November, we're moving forward with Kamala Harris as our president.
Mm-hmm.
I am April Barrett, and I am the president of SEIU, representing 2 million service and care workers. We're all in for Kamala Harris because Kamala Harris has always been all in for us.
There you go.
Vice President Harris joined fast food workers on the picket line, and she walked a day in the shoes of a home care worker. She shares our vision for a modern day labor movement, a movement that meets the needs of workers in the 21st century and an economy that is ready for the future. It is going to be together that we write new rules to make it easier for all workers to join a union. And we are going to build a younger, darker, hipper, fresher, sneaker-wearing labor movement. A movement that is going to be more inclusive and built for the middle class. And we are going to end poverty wage work for once and for all. So let's do the work. Let's elect Kamala Harris so that together we will usher in a new era of worker power, and together we will win the future. Let's go get it.
I'm Brent Booker, and I'm proud to represent LIUNA, the Laborers International Union of North America.
So these are all the union workers.
We're construction workers, public employees, and postal mail handlers. For decades, we've fought for more investment in our infrastructure. While Trump made empty promises, the Biden-Harris administration delivered. Now we're rebuilding highways, bridges, and tunnels, and powering a clean energy and manufacturing boom. Thanks to them, our members can buy a home, put their kids through school, retire with dignity. As president, Kamala Harris will keep fighting for workers who are building America.
Okay, they're doing him.
Hello. I'm Kenny Cooper, representing 840,000 IBW members.
Already
The
booing him.
International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers.
Okay, now they're cheering him.
The IBW powers America, from fire alarms to solar farms, nuclear plants to battery plants, storm restoration to power lines, and we've been doing it for over 130 years. Today, we're building a new energy future while providing great paying jobs and a stable retirement for all working families. Every step of the way, Kamala Harris has been there for us. She's bringing back American manufacturing to forgotten places throughout our country. She cast the deciding vote to save our pension plans. She's lifted our apprentices up all over the nation. And guess what? She's not afraid to use the word union.
I guess Donald Trump is. I don't know.
She has came through for all of us, and it's our turn to come through for her. Thank you.
All righty. So union workers right then and there. My question, were these union workers supporting Biden? Because he didn't say, none of them said, well, you know, Kamala and Biden supported us. That's why we're supporting them. Interesting how all this played together with Kamala being the nominee. It's crazy, but here's what we're at. Here's where we're at. And speaking of where you're at, you're watching Keeping It Honest, yours truly, Anthony Parker Alexander, Democratic Convention Day number uno. And I said we're going on different sites and also commenting while we're going on different sites, but this is a landmarking day. And we had to be on this because it's what we do. You have any questions, have any comments, you can email yours truly as parkerman2011 at gmail.com, parkerman2011 at gmail.com. You can leave me a voice message. That number's 216-702-3718, 216-702-3718. Some of the key speakers tonight. Still got a while. Governor Beshear. We have Hillary Clinton. We have Dr. Jill Biden. Ooh yeah, can't wait for that one. And then the one, the only, you can't get enough of him. Maybe you can. I don't know. President Joe Biden. So now we're going to listen in and comment on some of this that we hear and see. And this is from NBC.
Above us, want to show you, that's for the last night. Those are those balloons that are going to drop down on the floor behind me. I want to walk up a bit this way because up here, this is the California delegation. They are, I want to show you, we're trying not to block the aisles. That's really important. This is the front here, the California delegation, front and center, of course, the home state of Vice President Harris. I'm going to sneak around this way. I'm asking our photojournalist, Mark, to bear with me here. Sorry, folks, excuse us. We're going to keep it moving. This room has really filled up. Tom, you and I were here earlier in the night, right as that call to order happened. We saw a lot of empty seats. That has changed in a pretty significant way. Here's one non-empty seat, or stand, I should say. Peter Alexander, who's joining us now, our chief White House correspondent. And Peter, I know, listen, let's walk over this way because we don't want to block any views. We don't want to get in the way. But as we walk, let's talk, as we do in television, about the expectations for tonight. Because here we are, this really critical moment for President Biden. It's not his convention. It is his moment. And you and the team have some new reporting on how he plans to cast this.
I think that's exactly right. We do expect to hear from him. As you noted, we thought this would be a Thursday night sort of speech celebrating another 4 years that he thought he deserved. He still thinks he deserves 4 more years, but now he believes it's Kamala Harris who can carry his legacy forward.
So he still thinks that he can do 4 more years, but he's saying, well, we're going to give it to Kamala. But why exactly do you think you can't do 4 more years if you think you can do 4 more years? And if you thought you were going to be there Thursday, why are you here Monday? Some people say to get you out the way. Some people say you're still mad at the Clintons, Pelosi, and Barack. So you're just going to do tonight and then you're going to leave? You're not even going to be there on the last day? I wonder, like I talked to Dr. Cornel West and I asked him about Bernie Sanders when Bernie just kind of ignored Cornel West, Dr. West, when he was running. I said, can you admit that it hurt just a little bit? That's your boy, that's your friend. So Joe Biden, President Biden, can you admit just a little bit that it hurted you? And this may hurt you too, because this is literally you saying goodbye. There's no real other time that you're going to have this much of an audience, I don't think. So if you decide next 4 months that, you know what, I'm out, this may be your swan song because, you know, you said you were going to run in the next election. A couple days later, you dropped out. So who wants to bet that he may not still stick it in for the rest of the 4 or 5 months that are left? So what is Joe Biden going to do, literally, on his day tonight?
We were told by those close to the president that he's going to focus heavily on the future, saying that she is the person to carry the party's torch going forward. To repeat a line that he has said repeatedly, that democracy was at stake in 2020, that he helped protect it alongside Kamala Harris, and that she will help preserve it alongside Tim Walz going forward. Those are some of the keys we'll hear tonight. But really, again, the focus is not about himself. He'll have other opportunities for valedictory speeches. This is really a focus on the future, and I think that's what we're going to hear from the president.
Peter, thank you. I'm going to touch base with these two folks. I'm so sorry we've been blocking your view. Thank you for your patience. In a word, live here on NBC News Now. Tell me how you're feeling about tonight.
Exhilarated. How's that for a word?
Happy to be here. Minnesota.
The great state of Minnesota, home of Tim Walz. We bring out the best in vice presidents from Minnesota.
Thank you both very much. I appreciate it. What are your names?
I'm Tom.
You go, Mom.
Really appreciate it. Of course, Governor Walz set to speak here from stage on Wednesday night. Tom, I'll toss it back to you now. I think you're right above where I'm standing, up at our NBC booth. Back to you.
Yeah, I'm actually looking for you over here. I can't find you, Hallie, but I know you're down there somewhere amongst all those placards that we see there. Union, yes. All right. Let's bring in moderator of Meet the Press, Kristen Welker, and NBC News chief political analyst, Chuck Todd, who joined us here live from our anchor set right in the middle of this convention hall.
So Meet the Press right there. 2 Meet the Press people. So he took the place of Tim Russert, and that's Chuck Todd to our right. He took the place of him after Tim Russell was on Meet the Press for years. Little side note, I went to a couple conventions that took place in my city, and one was Barack Obama against Hillary Clinton, and I was doing a online show back then, okay, when Obama was running for office. And so I got to stay late, and I was able to pick up um, Tim Russell's script for Meet the Press, and also his cushion that he sat on, and then also was a big sign in the back. So that was years ago. Tim Russell, he did Meet the Press for years. He passed away. Chuck Todd, who was like a news analyst geek, used to always be on the show. So he took his place. And I was surprised because I didn't like Chuck Todd at first. I thought he was a nerd. But then for years, he started doing some great work, interviewing a lot of people, asking probing questions. And then this year, he decided to say, I'm out for whatever reason. And Kristen Wells, who I liked as a reporter, she took his place. A different kind of interviewing style. Hers is hard nosed and tough. His is also hard nosed and tough. And I look at it, and he's kind of like a Joe Biden sitting next to Kamala, which is Christian Wells, because he's still in his prime. He's still in his prime, and he chose to give up Meet the Press, and now is a correspondent. So I wonder when he comes on and he gives his thoughts, is he back to the guy that he was 15, 20 years ago when he was just a news information geek? Or is he saying, wow, you know what? As he's looking at her, I should be in that chair. But it's good to always see him back. But I love this broadcasting group, and and Chuck Todd, he will ask the uncomfortable questions now, and I guess because he's not sitting in her chair anymore. But it's good to see him back, and this is one of the best broadcasts. Even though a lot of people don't like NBC News, I think they do a really good job, and I think they do a great job when Chuck Todd is there.
I want to show some video. I don't know if you guys saw this, but this struck me. I want to get your take on this. As I was walking to the arena today, there was Kamala Harris merchandise, okay? T-shirts with her face. The people selling them, I don't think this was licensed material by the DNC. But I have not seen that for Democrats in a long time. I don't remember seeing that for Hillary Clinton. Didn't see that for Joe Biden. Probably President Obama was the last time you could see that kind of material. Here's some of it right here. This actually looks like the legit stuff. The stuff I saw was like out of like the trunks of cars. But when you have something that hot that it's going out of the trunk of cars, you got something. What is it about Kamala Harris right now?
Well, I think it's the fact that she is to some extent casting herself as a shiny new object. This is what voters have been hungry for, Tom, quite frankly. If you look at the polls prior to Joe Biden stepping aside, the vast majority of voters said they don't want to see this rematch between Biden and Trump. So in walks Vice President Kamala Harris. It has energized Democrats because look at what's happened in the poll numbers. She has now made this a real race. She's leading or almost tied with Trump in a lot of the key battleground states within the margin of error. She's leading him in a lot of the national polls within the margin of error. And so she's rejuvenated Democrats' chances of winning the White House. The question is, can she keep the momentum going? Will voters start to get more information about how she's going to govern? And is this more than a moment of excitement? Chuck's been talking a lot about this. Is this actually a movement?
Well, no, I mean, that to me is the job of this convention, is to try to turn it into a movement.
Right.
I think that's how she is able to win, if she can do that. But we'll see. I mean, she's got to put some meat on the bones. But it is a short campaign. I mean, she's benefiting from the fact that you have an exhausted public that didn't want Trump and Biden. And I think, look at how many people didn't think, when you asked about Harris's potential candidacy before it actually happened, there was a lot of skepticism, even among Democrats. Then it happens. it shows you the power of Donald Trump right now. Donald Trump controls both parties in an odd way, right? He's able to, he gets his base and he rallies the Democratic base. The entire party is organized around stopping Donald Trump. What else explains this meteoric rise for a sitting vice president that voters were just skeptical of 3 months ago?
Yeah.
It's about him.
So we see a convention hall now, people on their feet. This is a moment for the unions here. But I guess, Chuck, I'm going to start with you. Is this real? And what I say by is this real? Is this excitement real? Is this unity real? Because they're essentially going to, I don't want to say it's a funeral and it's a celebration, but President Biden is going to go up there and he had his nomination stripped from him. He didn't want to go.
Tom, imagine being Joe Biden.
Yeah.
And hearing a roaring applause tonight. How do you take it?
So that's interesting. Is that roar of applause, Chuck Todd, is that for Joe Biden or is it for Kamala Harris? And if you're Joe, you probably keep thinking, no matter what people thought of me, I'm still Joe. And I didn't want to go. But they told me, you got to go. But I'm still Joe.
Do you take it as a tribute to your presidency, or do you take it as thank you for leaving?
Right.
It's real in that sense. It's an odd emotional moment for the party. But you're asking if this is real. I think what's real is Democrats think they can win. So the enthusiasm is for having a chance at winning. The enthusiasm is not for her yet. It is about her job this week is to try to turn this energy into people wanting to crawl on broken glass for her, right? The way it was for Obama. The way, look, you talked about merch. I remember in the 92 convention, Bill Clinton became a merchandising success story. And before the convention, people were doubting whether he had what it took. And then suddenly it was blow, Bill, blow, the saxophone stuff. He like turned himself in it. So you're not wrong to be focused on this, Tom, because it does tell you when somebody's crossed over from just another politician
on the Democratic side
to a pop culture icon.
In a long time.
Yeah.
And it's got to be working a little bit, right, Kristen, when it comes to this momentum, this energy, because it's thrown Trump off his game a little bit, right? They were.
And let's go back a little bit with Bill Clinton. Bill Clinton became known as a sax man with dark sunglasses when he appeared on one of the hottest shows, I think back then in the 90s, the Arsenio Hall show. When he was on and he had a sax with the sunglasses and everything with Arsenio, who was a cool guy, and they told, they told Clinton, Bill, why don't you go on that cool guy show, get that young audience, get that mainstream, new kind of groove kind of audience, those potential voters. He got on there. Everybody saw he could blow and look good and look cool and talk to everybody. That was his moment. Obama, when he's like, yes, we can, excuse me, and he saw the smoothness and the way he did his speeches, and he had people loving each other, that was his moment. Real quick, I was at the inaugural too for Obama, the first one, and you're talking about love again, as I've talked about tonight. He had so much love, blacks and whites going on, unity. That was so weird. He had 2 terms. And then as those 2 terms ended, then Donald Trump came, and within that you saw division from everybody, whether it's Trump's fault or not. And you wonder, 8 years of love, 4 years of confusion, Trump's years, and Biden, we don't know which way we want to go. And then what's going to be Kamala? Is going to get back to love? Or is going to get back to confusion? I don't know. You tell me. But it is interesting. When you have somebody that has that charisma, you can't stop that train from going. You can maybe slow it up, but you can't stop it. So who has more charisma? Is it Trump or is it Kamala?
So unified, so confident when we were at that convention hall in Milwaukee, and now he's going on tangents. They're talking about, will the campaign get a shakeup? I mean, there's all these reports coming out. They're not in the place they were after the RNC.
It's so fascinating. When we all were gathered at the RNC, the big headline was the party unity, this party unified around Donald Trump. Now, as you say, he's been knocked off of his game. he doesn't quite know how to campaign against Kamala Harris. So he's engaging in all of these personal attacks. This weekend, we saw this full court press by his allies. It kind of started with Nikki Haley, who came out and basically said, knock it off, stay focused on the policy. Senator Lindsey Graham this weekend told me Trump, the provocateur, cannot win the White House. Stay focused on drawing a sharp contrast with Kamala Harris. What's interesting is if I go back to my reporter's notebooks from 2020, I can tell you that back then, during the Democratic primary, Trump allies were saying the candidate he feared most was Kamala Harris because he didn't know back then what the strategy would be to go after her.
And she initially had the largest crowd when she announced,
right.
even though
he
she
was
didn't.
most impressed by her rollout. We are seeing.
We all know how he feels about crowd size.
Yeah.
It is how he measures success.
Getting under his skin, I am told. It's really not just crowd size, the headlines.
Yeah.
The fact that she is getting attention, the fact that he's not the only one who has big headlines.
Speaking of headlines, Republicans are putting a lot of pressure on the Democrats for her to go out there to do an interview, to do a news conference. How long? I call it the Harris honeymoon. How long will the Harris honeymoon last until she does a significant sit-down interview, or has that moment where she's completely unscripted, where voters can maybe feel comfortable and say, okay, she's ready to go?
Well, it goes back to, we were having this discussion in your earlier hour. You know, I do think they're making a mistake of because she's done nothing to make the first one matter more than maybe it should. You know, they ought to flood the zone. They ought to do a round robin with, and that, you know, with 5 feet. I say this, I don't want it for your sake or your sake, but if you're in their shoes, you should flood the zone so that no one misstep becomes overly magnified. But I don't know if that's how they'll operate.
Based on my conversations, there are no plans to flood the zone. I think there is going to, she has said there's going to be an interview at some point
But
after
it's going to be a joint interview.
It'll be a joint interview.
The classic 60 minutes post-football interview.
Exactly. Now, here's the thing. Exactly what Chuck's saying. That's what Kamala Harris's allies are nervous about. They're saying, put her out there because we don't want this much buildup for her first interview. And will there be a second?
They should have done one before the convention.
That these sit-downs and news conference, as early voting is about to get started, that we don't hear from her. But again, it's their campaign. They're there to win it. They could figure it out. Kristen Welker, Chuck Todd, great conversation. I know we're going to have a lot more.
So that's interesting too. Wow. So they're saying just do the interviews. That's what I'm kind of saying too. Whether you like her or not. She hasn't talked to anybody. She's given policies, hadn't updated her website. Some people are saying, okay, well, if, you know, this convention goes, we give it another week or two to see how the polls are. If they're still good, then maybe we might do an interview right before the election or right before the debate. The thing that's going to hold her back and make her look bad is she hasn't talked to anybody. And if you're going to vote on people, but unfortunately you do, before they talk, then you don't know how that's going to go. So you're watching, keeping it honest. Yours truly, Anthony Parker Alexander. And we are going online to see what other things are out there that people are talking about. But right now, let's continue with what they're doing here.
When we return, a top Biden advisor who just left the White House, what this moment tonight means for the president. You're going to want to watch this interview. Stay with us.
All right. You just said we want to watch this interview. So I guess we're going to have to watch the interview when it comes up. Okay. What do you think so far? We're waiting still on Hillary Clinton and Joe Biden. They'll be coming up sometime. We're doing a live. And this is live. Streaming show. Keeping it honest. Yours truly, Anthony Parker. And we're piggybacking off of NBC News now. So NBC News, they're not airing this all on NBC News. That's the regular network. They're doing this one on the streaming. And we're going to try to get on other people's streaming, see the other people's opinions. You watched when you saw one of the police chiefs or police officers outside of where the demonstrators were at. You've seen a couple other people talk. You've seen some union people talk. You saw Jesse Jackson there. You saw other people that are affiliated with the Democratic convention talk. Are you Republican or Democrat? Which one are you? And while we're still waiting for them to come back on, let's see if we can read one of the comments that people have sent me. And I love this when people do this. Okay, I put something out there better looking than with Donald Trump. He said he was better looking than Kamala. So this is by X-Man. Okay, that's a cool name. The insults doesn't make you a good presidential elect. In fact, you should stop with them and speak on policies, not from the White House, but from the big house behind gated fences and armed guards. The place is called prison. Wow. Tell me how you really feel. Not a fan. So now let's see about going back to this and see who they are talking about that was connected with Joe Biden.
Former senior advisor to President Biden, now working with the Future Forward Super PAC, supporting, of course, Vice President Harris's campaign. Thank you so much for being with us here on set.
Well, thank you for having me here on the set tonight. So
lots to talk about here. And let's start with what is going to be the main event tonight. And that is, of course, President Biden's speech. He is somebody you know very well. This has been a difficult month for him. I think it's probably fair to say. It's certainly not the month that he maybe expected 6 weeks ago. What might we hear from him tonight? What do you think he's going to want Americans to know?
I think the big message from his speech tonight is going to be the importance of electing Kamala Harris and defeating Donald Trump. You know, he ran for office in 2019 to save the soul of the nation. He feels like he helped save democracy, that his term, he proved that democracy could deliver with everything from infrastructure to, lowering prescription drug prices to, making investments in manufacturing, communities coming back across this country. And now he sees Kamala Harris as critical to preserving democracy. So the message tonight is going to be a resounding why I'm for Kamala Harris.
Anita, people, we introduced you, and they may know your name, but they may not know you as well as others. When we talk about the Biden inner circle, that is who you are. You're one of his closest advisors. You've been there every step of the way. I got to think this has to be a little strange for you. You look out at this audience, and people are pumped up. They're cheering. And your guy's going to go up here and pass the torch. But it was also a torch that was taken away from him.
Well, Tom, it's an interesting thing because Joe Biden, when he made the decision to step aside, he defined the stakes facing this country. And it's the reason he ran. And it's the reason that he got out of this race and endorsed Kamala Harris.
I like that question that he asked. He felt he was forced out. All she had to say was yes or no. And all he had to ask was Joe Biden forced out or not, since she's one of his closest advisors.
And those of us who've worked for Joe Biden respect that. And we also know that if he believes it was the right decision, all of us know this is what needs to happen now. We've got to go get her elected. And by the way, we served with her as a great vice president for 3.5 years. I am very excited by this ticket. And who doesn't love Tim Walz?
I was just down in the Minnesota delegation, actually, talking with one delegate who said they are exhilarated and excited about the prospect of Governor Walz. Pull back the curtain a bit, if you will. Is there, in your view, any discord between Biden loyalists and the Harris campaign staff now?
Good question. The people that love Biden, are they happy for Kamala Harris? Great question.
No, absolutely not. One of the great political stories that will be written after this election is over is how everybody rose to the challenge at that campaign. They joined the campaign to work for Joe Biden. They kind of learned Joe Biden's message. They were out there organizing for Joe Biden, and they flipped immediately to do what had to get done because everyone is united around the need to defeat Donald Trump and his extreme MAGA agenda, and to elect Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. And it is a uniting set of values that brought those people to work for Joe Biden. And it's why it was not as bad as everyone, I think, predicted it would be. So it's an interesting
Yeah,
thing.
Anita, I know in your heart of hearts you believe that President Biden could have done another 4 years. He could have run this campaign. He could have won this campaign, beat Donald Trump. I guess my question to you is, he had the fewest news conferences, time out there in front of the press, than I think going back 6 presidents. Do you regret not putting him out there more, just because when that debate happened, it was so shocking to so many voters? And people have argued if he was out there more, it may not have been as shocking. Is that a...
That's interesting. I don't think even coming out even more to the press would have made that much of a difference. Maybe we would have seen, I don't want to say decline, but his mistakes earlier. So saying we should have put him out there more, maybe that would have helped. But I do love the question.
fair? Is that a fair critique?
You know, Tom, I think there are a lot of critiques that are going to be fair and that people will look at. I always thought it was somewhat unfair that he doesn't talk to the press, since he actually loves reporters and stopped and talked to our press pool more than any president has in recent history. He was available. He would stop. He would chat. He would take a few questions on a very regular basis. And he also did a lot of interviews. We did a lot of podcasts. We spent a lot of time, particularly in this past year, trying to go where the undecided voters were. And a lot of the undecided voters are people that we needed to communicate to, just weren't watching mainstream media. You know this as well as anyone, right? That particularly younger voters are looking at very alternative ways to get news. And so that was a huge emphasis of ours over the last year. I think that any president in the future is going to have to just continue doing more of the above, right?
Yeah. Let me ask you what the next 80 plus days looks like for President Biden, because earlier today you described him as Kamala Harris's now volunteer in chief.
Absolutely.
Explain that. What does that look like?
I think he's gonna campaign, but he also is gonna push forward the agenda.
So he's the volunteer in chief, but is he going to be still taking care of the United States instead of trying to take care of Kamala?
He will campaign. I mean, do you think he'll get out there and do rallies in these battlegrounds?
I think as much as the Harris campaign wants him, he's gonna do what he gets asked to do. He really is. But another very important part of what he does over the next 79, 80 days is to continue pushing forward an agenda that is popular and that she can run on as well. You saw this week that last week they did the joint event around the first 10 prescription drugs that are going to have their prices lowered because of actions the two of them took in 2022. I think you'll see some of that. You'll see him continuing to talk about the implementation, but he's going to do whatever she asks him to do.
Anita Dunn, we thank you so much for coming out here and answering all of our questions and for being here. I got to say, it says a lot about you that you're here, you're at this convention, and you're answering everyone's questions, because I've seen you everywhere. And so that says a lot about you, too.
Maybe I should have talked to the press more, Tom.
Maybe you should have. I'm sure you did. Anita Dunn, we thank you so much. Hallie, I don't know if you felt that, but did you feel that in the room what happened? It was, you're like, you have no idea.
Coming up?
No, it was the Force. It was Luke Skywalker. He's in the house. I don't know if we saw, there he is with the sunglasses.
I thought that was him, Mark Hamill. Yeah, he looks cool. So I guess he's a Kamala supporter.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, you feel it. That's the Force.
You got those eagle eyes, Tom Yamas. I'm glad you're looped in on that for sure. Thank you so much. Listen, he's one of many celebrities that is going to be here on the floor, on stage tonight, and we're going to have coverage of all of it when we pick up back here live from Chicago, night one of the DNC happening now.
All right, there you go. You saw Luke Skywalker. He's a Biden supporter. And you are watching Keeping It Honest. Yours truly, Anthony Parker Alexander. We're doing something in a Parker twist. We've been on a little bit of time. I am going back and forth trying to see what people are talking about and what things are happening maybe behind the scenes. So you have any questions or comments, you can email me. That email address is parkerman2011 at gmail.com, parkerman2011 at gmail.com. Telephone number, you want to leave me a message, is 216-702-3718, 216-702-3718. We thank you for supporting us. Continue to support us as we continue to do what we do. And right now, we're trying to find other parts of information that are covering this convention. Let me know if you would have been watching this. What would you be watching? Would you be watching ABC? Would you be watching NBC? Would you be watching CBS? Those are the main ones. So let's see. Going to go up and down. And we're going to see what else we can see as far as what other stations are doing what. And if they're telling stories a little bit different or if they're slanted. Right now, from what I see, there's a musician on, and I don't want to get them because then he's singing, and we're trying not to hear any singing in the background. You can also get on my Patreon page. And that page, I'm talking to you right now, but I'm also going up and down the streaming to see if I can get something that people are talking about. Right now, everybody's just playing music. And we don't want to hear just music. I think we got something coming up right here. Let me find out for you real quick. But my Patreon page. It's a page, it's kind of like PBS. You get on there and you subscribe. Okay, here we go. To the payment plans. I have 3 tiers. And basically you decide, okay, I want to subscribe to either tier 1, tier 2, or tier 3. And then you subscribe to that. And it keeps us going, which is good. And if you like what we do, we appreciate it. You join the family that way. We really enjoy it. I'm going up and down as I'm talking to you guys because I think there might be some more interesting people coming up as I'm about to pull it up for you. Okay, here we go. Let me see if I can do this real quick. So this is going on for 3 more days. All right. So I'm telling you to be prepared for it. We're going to have some fun. We're going to continue to have some fun. So we're going to go to another site. And as soon as I can pull it up, I'm going to get you to that site. So while we're doing all this too, you can go, grab you something to eat. Might be something you're like, oh wow, okay, I'm hungry. It's okay. So we got this coming up right here. And we're going to see what this is about. Who is she? Okay. She's about to speak. In the middle of speaking. But this is Keeping It Honest with yours truly, Anthony Parker Alexander.
And treatment, it's about freedom. The freedom to make your own choices and the freedom to get the care you need without worrying about the cost. Kamala Harris is fighting for that healthy future.
Investing in the future.
Let me tell y'all about Texas leadership. I'm County Executive Lena Hidalgo, and I serve the 5 million residents of Harris County. Harris County includes Houston. Texas Governor Ann Richards said, "I've been tested by fire, and the fire lost." In the years I've been in office, We've dealt with chemical fires. We've dealt with 10 floods, 7 hurricanes, a deadly winter freeze, and of course the pandemic. When that last disaster struck, Donald Trump abandoned us. He spread misinformation that cost lives. Compare that to 2021, when the Texas power grid went dark. Kamala Harris didn't just put out a tweet, she called me to make sure we had what we needed. Over the years, I've learned that Kamala Harris always calls. And not only does she call, she delivers. The very week she launched her campaign, she was down in Texas with vital FEMA assistance right after Hurricane Beryl. Kamala Harris cares. She will never risk lives for the sake of politics. And she's leading the charge to protect our communities from extreme weather. The Biden-Harris administration have announced at least $1 billion to help us with just that. And Houston is thriving. We deserve leaders who acknowledge the threats, heck, the existence of climate change. We deserve tough leaders who have our backs. We deserve compassionate leaders ready to help. That's Kamala Harris and Tim Walz.
Is it?
I can personally attest that Kamala is a leader who has our back.
People coming out woodwork.
California's Lieutenant Governor Eleni Kounalakis. But I hold another title just as dear to me, Kamala Harris's friend.
Okay.
I met her when we were both young women trying to navigate the halls of power. I worked in housing.
Halls of power.
She had just been elected district attorney. We got frequent lunches together, and she was funny and fun. She was also a great mentor. Once, I told her about a professional experience of being minimized because I was a woman. She put her fork down and said, Eleni, never let anybody make you feel small.
Great advice.
I saw her put that creed into action. When Wall Street foreclosed on millions of homes, Washington wisdom was that $4 billion was the best you could do. Other attorneys general agreed. But because Kamala Harris grew up in a middle-class home, she knew that wasn't enough for all the working families who got screwed over. So she put her foot down and refused to settle for less. Kamala Harris won $20 billion from the big banks for California homeowners. And that's because she cares. She cares so much that if you're lucky enough to be her friend, she calls you on her birthday, and sometimes she sings to you. She called me on mine right when I had decided to run for lieutenant governor. She asked tough questions. I promised I'd follow her lead and invest in the future. Together, we shattered that glass ceiling, California, and got to work. I am so glad the country is getting to see the Kamala that I've known for decades. For Californians and Pennsylvanians, for Texans and Wisconsinites, for states red and blue and everything in between, President Biden and Vice President Harris have been investing in our future and are on our side, and we are not going back.
That's what Pamela is known for saying. We are not going back.
Do you know about Project 2025?
Here we go.
The far right's playbook.
It is Trump's vision for America's future.
I'm not going to be nice.
It will ban abortion nationwide,
I got rid of Roe v. Wade.
raise taxes on middle-class families, gut Medicaid,
That's money that funds a lot of medical treatment.
strip rights from LGBTQ plus people,
Wait a minute, I'm not finished.
cut overtime pay,
It is going to affect workers' bottom lines.
give him unchecked power,
And I will wield that power very aggressively.
and it begins his first day back in office.
In an exclusive undercover video, a co-author of Project 2025 saying that Donald Trump, quote, blessed the work he's doing now.
He's been at our organization. He's raised money for our organization. He's blessed it. So he's very supportive of what we do.
He doesn't want freedom. He only wants control.
I know Donald Trump's type.
These are the stakes.
Project 2025 wants to take our country backward.
This is our fight.
We are not going back.
So there you go. A little bit of Project 2025, but produced and promoted against by the Democratic Party. So I've done a couple stories on Project 2025, 900-page book. They've asked Donald Trump, does he know anything about it? And he said, no, I don't know anything about it. But some of the people that he's worked with when he was president or friends with are connected with Project 2025. Books this big. And I learned about it through watching a Fannie Willis endorsement, where this one preacher talked about Project 2025. He said, reporters look it up, journalists look it up. And I've looked it up. And Donald Trump says he has nothing to do with this because he's talking about cutting programs, eliminating federal organizations in this book, this Project 2025. He says he has nothing to do with it. They're saying that they have a tape where Trump endorsed this. And then Maxine Waters, who we saw earlier, also said that J.D. Vance has something to do with it too. I'm going to find all that out. But this is interesting. So somebody's lying. Either the Democrat Party is lying or Donald Trump himself is lying. But Project 2025, people need to just do a show. I will do a show on it. In depth, but not boring, because we need to know how important this Project 2025 is. Is it just something that's small? Or is it something that's really scary that we don't want to be a part of? Really. So I'm not just keeping it simple. I'm not just keeping it real. I'm keeping it honest.
Please welcome Michigan State Senator Mallory McMorrow.
Okay, let's see. Is that a Project 2025 book? Is it a book? Food Democracy. Let's see.
Hello!
That's not 900 people. I don't know.
I'm Michigan State Senator Mallory McMorrow, and this
Project 2025. Booyah.
is Project 2025.
Pay attention. Pay attention.
Now, over the next 4 nights, you are going to hear a lot about what is in this 900-page document. Why? Because this is the Republican blueprint for a second Trump term.
That's what people have been saying. So, we were talking about that 900 pages. Let's see what she's got on it, because she said there's 4 days that they're going to be talking about this book. But somebody has to interview Trump and say, look, are you lying? You don't know anything about Project 2025, or you do? And if you get in office, you're going to implement this book? That's what a journalist does. ask the hard questions.
That's right. They went ahead and wrote down all the extreme things that Donald Trump wants to do in the next 4 years. And then they just tweeted it out, putting it out on the internet for everybody to read. So we read it. And whatever you think it might be, it is so much worse. Tonight, I want to tell you about just one aspect of Project 2025. Its plan to turn Donald Trump into a dictator.
Big book. Let's sit back and be informed.
Okay, right here on page 535, it says, quote, reissue Trump's Schedule F executive order to permit discharge of non-performing employees. Now that doesn't sound that scary, right?
No.
But here's what it actually means in plain English. If Donald Trump gets back into the White House, he's going to fire civil servants like intelligence officers, engineers, and even federal prosecutors if he decides that they don't serve his personal agenda.
That's what I had heard, that if he got in office, that's what he would do. My question is, if Trump wouldn't have ran, would they still have Project 2025?
They're talking about replacing the entire federal government with an army of loyalists who answer only to Donald Trump.
That right there is a dictatorship. And why isn't this section right here on the mainstream media? Well, because they're not going to put it out there. Should they put it out there? I think they should. You're watching Keeping It Honest. Yours truly, Anthony Parker Alexander. As somebody talks about Project 2025. So if this isn't true, then somebody should dispute it.
Now, all right, then. Okay. Page 873. It says, quote, conservatives have long believed in either ending law enforcement activities of independent agencies or ending their independent status. Again, that sounds pretty boring. But what it means is that under Project 2025, Donald Trump would be able to weaponize the Department of Justice to go after his political opponents. He could even turn the FBI into his own personal police force.
So that sounds incredible. How does somebody turn the FBI into their own political police force? If politicians have gotten that crazy now, then maybe we should reshape this government. If it has a potential to be that way, then maybe we have to put stipulations now to stop it from turning maybe into a Russia state or country.
That is not how it works in America. That's how it works in dictatorships. And that's exactly what Donald Trump and his MAGA minions have in mind. An expansion of presidential powers like no president has ever had or should ever have. Now, by the way, if you're asking if any of this is even legal, well, remember, thanks to Donald Trump's hand-picked Supreme Court, he's now completely immune from prosecution, even if he breaks the law.
And I still question that. Did he put some of these Supreme Court justices in to help him out in the future? Maybe he did. But should a president or somebody that commits a law or breaks a law, should there be consequences? How is it not that some politicians don't have consequences?
But that's not who we are.
because we believe in a government of the people, by the people, and for the people. Not the government of Donald Trump, by Donald Trump, and for Donald Trump.
But if you pick them, you get what you deserve.
We believe in the separation of powers and the rule of law.
Oh, but wait a minute. We didn't pick Kamala. So do we get what we deserve?
We believe in a system built up to serve everyone, not breaking a system to serve one petty, selfish man. The truth is, there's only one way to stop him, and to stop Project 2025.
And what is that way? Is it the American way? I'm just asking.
How do we do it?
Yes.
We elect Kamala Harris this November.
Well, it's either her or Project 2025.
We'll be back tomorrow night to tell you what Project 2025 means for your pocketbook.
So each night, I guess we're going to get a lesson on Project 2025. So if you're a Democrat or an undecided voter, make sure you tune in every day on the book Project 2025. I hope you're loving this because I'm loving this. This is crazy. Okay. You're watching Keeping It Honest with yours truly, Anthony Parker Alexander, as we're looking at day one of the convention and what is going on. Wow. So is this going to make you guys like want to really go out and vote now? I hope it does. I hope it does. Because we don't know how this world is going to turn. We really don't. And we have to give the power to the people. And hopefully you're the people with the power. You have any comments? You can email yours truly, parkerman2011 at gmail.com, parkerman2011 at gmail.com. You can text me, 216-702-3718, 216-702-3718. And we're looking to see what's happening next now at this convention. We got Hillary Rodham Clinton coming up and Joe Biden coming up. And we are trying to give you the best views and opinions of what's happening. Speaking of what's happening, I think this is VP Harris's husband coming in, if I'm correct.
A sense that, hey, some of the the VIPs, some of the principals are arriving, they're here, and it's been interesting to watch that trickle through the arena.
Doug, on the line of questioning of no news conferences, no sit-down interviews, is there a danger for Democrats that by keeping the vice president away from the press, let's say, that if there is a hiccup, right, voters could be worried about trust? And I say that because of what happened with the president and the debate, and a lot of people were shocked when they saw that debate. They didn't know, and others have said maybe if he was out there more, the reaction wouldn't have been so visceral. Is there a danger in not putting the vice president out enough?
Well, she's out there. She's campaigning. She took questions a couple days ago, and to the point about the president and the vice president's relationship, they did an event in Maryland on costs and reducing the cost of prescription drugs, which is the signature achievement of this president. And he had right by his side the vice president. As it relates to the questions and everything else, look, she's still formulating her policies. I don't think people fully understand how hard what is going on right here is to do in 3 weeks. Yeah. Right? 3 weeks, they had to turn this entire thing around. She had to come up with her own policy, set of policies, which she's still working on. I think once we get through Labor Day, I'm sure she'll be taking questions. I'm sure she's going to do all the interviews. But this has really been about building enthusiasm and consolidating the Democratic Party behind her these last 3 weeks. And I think she's done a great job.
Doug Thornell, Amisha Cross, thank you both so much for being with us here on night one of the DNC.
Thank you.
Top of the hour now with our special coverage of the Democratic National Convention. I'm Tom Llamas.
And I'm Hallie Jackson, and we are live at the United Center in Chicago. You are taking a live look here at Vice President Kamala Harris's running mate, Minnesota Governor Tim Walz, and we expect this hour to be jam-packed with speakers, Tom. We're going to hear from union leaders. We're going to hear from newer faces in the party, like Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. We're going to hear from longtimers in the party, like Congressman Jim Clyburn, too.
Yeah.
I can't wait for AOC, they call her. I haven't really seen her do a lot. She was promoting Biden, but she's going to have a speech coming up and a couple other ones. So this is going to be jam-packed soon. But I want to get on different outlets, too, and check some of them out.
And I'm pretty sure the governor sitting next to his wife, Gwen Walz, who a lot of people have spoken about, saying she's one of his biggest assets. All of it building up to some of the key speakers tonight. Two of the party's former nominees, Hillary Clinton and, of course, President Biden, with big pressure on all these Democrats to communicate their new nominee's vision of the future to the country. I want to bring in NBC senior White House correspondent Kelly O'Donnell. She is on the floor for us tonight. Kelly, I'm going to look over here, see if I can find you. I'm not sure exactly where you are. Have you noticed that when Governor Walz and the second gentleman, Doug Emhoff, came in, there sort of seemed to be an eruption of clapping and applause? I'm not sure if everybody could see him.
Voting against Trump before Kamala Harris is likely.
All right, Kelly, it's a little chaotic down there, but it's all great. We can see the Washington delegation now lighting up. It was right. Tell me again, it was the Beehive
To the K-Hive, to the WH
to the WH Hive. Yeah.
Let me just, too, I mean, if you're looking here at this wide shot, you see all these cameras in front of Governor Walz. I'm going to ask our control room if we have any of our correspondents or crews up that way. It looks as though maybe the governor is making a couple comments. Not clear if it is blocked off that stairwell, but it is definitely the focal point here. It is in some ways, Tom, somewhat reminiscent of the Republican National Convention just last month when former President Trump and other members of the GOP had that kind of VIP box that was right there, and you could sort of watch the reactions, watch them watching what was unfolding on stage.
Slightly different just because, like you mentioned, it was a VIP box.
Yeah.
Now you have sort of a suite. They're kind of popping, coming in, coming out. There's got to be a reason for this. Who could explain the strategy to us? Maybe the chairman of the DNC? I don't know. Jamie Harrison, who joins us now. So talk to us about this. Are these little teasers you're giving all the Democrats out there, all the delegates?
Oh, listen, we are having a great time. This is a party here as we celebrate the hope and joy in the Democratic Party and our nominees, Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. Everybody's having a good time. It's a lot of fun.
One of the things that we've been having some coverage of here and
Right on.
talking about are those protests that are happening outside the United Center here, which you knew were coming, of course, the DNC knew. Has it disrupted anything logistically here at the DNC? Did it slow down those buses coming in, or has it been, from your perspective, business as usual outside?
Well, listen, usually you have on the first day, people are a little slow to get in anyway. And I think we're filling the hall up, particularly for the big speech. And that's the speech for Joe Biden. I can't wait until Joe Biden steps on that stage. And I have a seat right there on the stage, and I'm going to be there because this arena is going to be filled with love.
Take me into the moment when you realized you were going to have to sort of flip the script on this convention and go from a convention that was going to be about President Biden to a convention that was going to be about Vice President Kamala Harris.
Well, listen, the convention was always going to be about Biden and Harris because they didn't get a traditional convention in 2020. They didn't get an inauguration like you normally do. And so the story about them really never was told. And
But it was a big change, and you only had 3 weeks.
No.
Yeah.
So there was a shift. But the shift was more of, okay, we're going to celebrate Joe Biden and all of the accomplishments of this administration. I believe, hands down, that Joe Biden's the most transformational president of my lifetime. I think about his legislative accomplishments, and probably the only person that rivals that in the near term would be LBJ. And he did it with a much bigger majority in the Senate and the House. Joe Biden had the 50-50 Senate on a good day, and then less than a 5-seat majority in the House. So we defined that the first night was going to be dedicated to him, to giving him his flowers. But the other night was to tell the story of Kamala Harris and to add the story of Tim Walz. the MVP of our team and our coach of this team. And so I'm just really excited about it. I think you will see we have woven together a great patchwork, and everybody that gets on that stage will represent the great diversity of our party, but most importantly, the diversity of our nation.
What about the apparatus of the DNC itself? Yes. Because it is one Big Ten, of course, but there had been different teams under here. There was the Biden team, there's the Harris team. Have you noticed or felt any discord of those teams coming together here?
This thing has always been one team. And that is from day one of Joe Biden and Kamala Harris becoming president and vice president, they have invested more resources into building a strong Democratic Party infrastructure than any president of modern times. You know, we have invested more resources in our state parties, more so than even the golden days of Howard Dean's 50-state strategy. And that is part of the magic of how we beat back the red wave. It wasn't just issues. It was actually having boots on the ground in battleground states. Mind you, these are the same battleground states that we are dealing with right now. How did we win Pennsylvania? We had boots on the ground, a year and a half, voter protection teams, folks registering folks, knocking on doors. Many of the same people that we had on the ground for the midterms are also the same people who are on the ground right now for the president.
Jamie, if we're all adults here, right, and we can be very frank, you talked about the love for President Biden, and I believe it when you say that. I believe it when the governor from Delaware just said that. I believe people, especially the Democratic Party, still love Joe Biden. Why does Joe Biden have to leave after his speech, or why do you think he's choosing to leave after his speech tonight?
Well, I think the president wants the focus to be not on him, but on the new nominee for the Democratic Party, which is...
Great question. Why would he leave? But let's still listen.
Kamala Harris. And that is a part of what I love about Joe Biden. This man is probably the most selfless political figure that I've ever seen. When you think about it, look at the contrast between him and Donald Trump. Donald Trump was willing to risk the life of his vice president in order to hold on to power. Joe Biden, understanding that democracy was at stake, that you know, the freedoms and rights of the American people were on the line, and said, well, you know, if I can't carry this torch, I'm going to give this baton over to my very able and capable vice president. That's a selfish, Joe Biden was selfless. Donald Trump was selfish.
But it wasn't so smooth. I mean, it was a little messy and a little complicated. You have to admit to that.
What was...
Yeah, it was kind of messy, giving a baton. It's like he kind of, whoa, almost dropped it. And then he got it. At least admit that.
The transition. He didn't necessarily want to go at
first. A week before he stepped down, he suggested he would be campaigning.
No, understood. But Joe, when he made a decision, it was as smooth as silk. I mean, Joe Biden made his decision, he made his announcement, and the next tweet was announcing that he was supporting Kamala Harris. And as you saw with that, the Democratic Party got in formation. And now we have seen a lot of electricity and energy in this hall across this country like you've never seen before.
Not even with Barack Obama in 2008?
I think this rivals Barack Obama in 2008. Okay. You look at the number of volunteers, you look at the money. Barack Obama did not raise the money that Kamala Harris has raised. I mean, and that's grassroots donation.
So are you saying there's more utopia, energy, passion with Kamala's than it was with Barack Obama's? I was out there when Barack ran. I know if you were out there, there was more energy, less confusion. He was an underdog, but he had that charisma. No question about it.
So I really, she is a phenomenon. She really is. And having Tim Walz on her team, they complement each other.
Just real quick, Beyonce, she's allowed you to use her music, her likeness. Beyonce's all in on this ticket?
Well, she loves the VP.
You think an endorsement's coming?
I don't know, but I know she loves the VP.
Jamie,
you know, Donald Trump won't use freedom.
Jamie Harrison, thank you very much.
Thank you for being here.
It's the sound of freedom from Beyonce rings out behind us here, which has become the unofficial official theme song here for the Harris campaign. NBC News senior White House correspondent Kelly O'Donnell is on the floor. Now let's try again, Kelly. What's it like down there?
You got it? You got us?
I do have you now,
There you go.
and that's part of what makes
Great.
this so exciting. It can be a little unpredictable, and right now there's a real energy that is ramping up in more ways than we certainly saw as the day began. So now we're really getting into the key time. I'm sure you were able to point out Tim Walz being in the house, Doug Emhoff being in the house. There have been crowds pressed against the box where the families are sitting as they're going to take in this night. And certainly we also know it's a night about Joe Biden, but it's also a night for the party to unite around what it believes is the ticket for the next chapter, weaving together the legacy of Joe Biden, the accomplishments of the Biden-Harris administration, and pushing forward in ways that they think can be competitive come November. No one is unaware of how tight this race could be and how many perilous moments could still come. But as you hear the enthusiasm in the room, this is a night about the past and the president and the introduction of this important ticket. Tom, Hallie?
Kelly O'Donnell. Kelly, we're listening here to the cheers, to the applause of people watching this video, a pre-produced video, of course, featuring Beyonce, Governor Walz watching, Kamala Harris's husband, the second gentleman, Doug Emhoff there. And now a look at the stage. Let's listen in for just a second here to the sound in the room, to the video, and to the moments.
All right, let's listen in and watch. Well, that was the end of it. Okay. All right, so VP Harris, here she comes. Looks like she's about to talk. Uh-oh. Let me make sure. All right. Vice President Harris, she's arriving. She looks like she's about to talk. Let's hear her.
Good evening. It is so good to be with everyone this evening in this hall and everyone at home. This is going to be a great week. And I want to kick us off by celebrating our incredible President Joe Biden, who will be speaking later tonight. Joe, thank you for your historic leadership, for your lifetime of service to our nation, and for all you will continue to do. We are forever grateful to you.
Sounds like a kiss up to me.
Thank you, Joe.
Where's Joe?
And looking out at everyone tonight, I see the beauty of our great nation. People from every corner of our country and every walk of life are here, united by our shared vision for the future of our country. And this November, we will come together and declare with one voice, as one people, we are moving forward. With optimism, hope, and faith, so guided by our love of country, knowing we all have so much more in common than what separates us. Let us fight for the ideals we hold dear, and let us always remember, when we fight,
We fight and we win. We gotta stay together. When we fight, we win. I guess I'm not making a fight. There you go, Kamala Harris. We'll see her in 3 more days. She disappeared just like that.
A surprise appearance there from the nominee herself, Vice President Kamala Harris, coming out onto stage to cheers, to an ovation from the delegates gathered here in the room, paying tribute to President Biden, giving him, so to speak, his flowers. Peter Alexander is on the floor. And Peter, clearly a moment for the delegates down where you are. What was it like?
Well, I think most in this room were obviously looking forward to Thursday night. I don't think a lot of people knew they were going to see Kamala Harris this evening, but when the Freedom Anthem played, Hallie, you started to hear that enthusiasm, the excitement build right now. I just want to get a sense from some of those here. Can I ask you for a moment, what was it like when you saw Kamala Harris come out? A lot of people thought it wouldn't be for a few more days before you saw the new Democratic nominee.
You can't see the vice president not just feel an immediate sense of joy and hope and optimism for the future.
We appreciate it. You're Minnesota, yeah?
No, Georgia.
Georgia, you're right behind Minnesota. You're in good company. It's nice to meet you. I appreciate that. We're going to move forward a little bit, Hallie, here, because now they have some of the celebrity hosts getting started. Tony Goldwyn, of course, President Grant on the famous show Scandal in the past. He's the host of tonight's events up on stage right now. But this is where the sort of events start getting going. I'll give you a look forward as you can see the distance that people get the chance to sort of experience things tonight. Obviously, they'll hear from President Biden tonight. They'll hear from Jill Biden as well. But what a lot of people have been looking forward to is just like the all-star lineup, the marquee lineup, one after another. Former presidents, Bill Clinton, Barack Obama, former first ladies, Hillary Clinton, Michelle Obama will be here as well. And they've been comparing that to the Republican nomination, the celebration, the convention they had a matter of days ago, where there were not a lot of those former presidents. George W. Bush was not in attendance for that. It's a very different sort of marquee series of speakers over the course of the next several days here, Hallie.
Peter Alexander making his way through the crowd of delegates there on the floor. Our chief White House correspondent, Peter, thank you. My friend and colleague Tom Yamas has also made his way down there as we are continuing to hear from Tony Goldwyn on stage. Tom, if you have me, give me a sense of where you're at.
Hey, Hallie, how you doing? We're actually trying to set Senator Schumer. Senator Schumer, can we talk to you for NBC real quick? We talked to you for NBC real quick? We'll get you right over here. Senator Schumer, so first of all, talk to me about the atmosphere in here. Is it electric?
Excitement. It is electric. It is excitement. And we are going to really kick butt in November.
What do you hope to hear from your friend, President Joe Biden, tonight?
Well, what a great patriot. What an amazing man. He always said his number one goal was to stop Donald Trump because of Donald Trump's danger to our democracy. And he actually, when he decided not to run, he showed what a great American he was and what an unselfish, wonderful man he is. I've known him for 45 years. It didn't surprise me.
What's your message to former President Trump tonight?
You can't always get what you want.
Senator Chuck Schumer, the senior senator from the great state of New York there for us. Hallie, just a taste of what's going on. Hallie, I'll be completely honest with you. I just got down here. I saw Senator Schumer and I ran over to him. There's a lot of people here, including some people that are trying to get out. I'm going to send it back to you for the time being and then come check back with me in about 30 seconds, okay?
All right.
Oh, okay. I guess we're still going. I'm sorry. I'm just going to hear from the control room. There's a little bit of chaos down here. Hallie's coming down here now, from what I understand. Okay, great. So listen, we're here on the convention floor. There are people on their feet. The actor Tony Goldwyn is speaking right now. If we can get right up there, you can see him. Senator Schumer wasn't lying when he was saying that there's a lot of electricity and excitement right now. People are on their feet. They have been cheering. It's hard to get around because there's so many people just in the pathways right now. You can hear some of the cheering right now. Let's listen to Tony's speech.
Well, tonight,
so what we're going to do is, you're watching Keeping It Honest, yours truly, Anthony Parker Alexander, and we're going to go to Tony's speech. So he's the guy that was the president on Scandal. You remember he very scandalous president. So I guess he's also a Kamala supporter. So we're going to go to his whole speech if I can get it. But right before he speaks, we're going to this video. So you're watching Keeping It Honest with yours truly, Anthony Parker, as we try to multitask and give you different segments of this convention as it slowly builds up to AOC, Hillary Clinton, and Joe Biden. If you have any questions or comments, you can email yours truly. It's parkerman2011 at gmail.com. Parkerman2011 at gmail.com.
Angry, depressed. Come on. We're Americans. Fascism, we conquered it. The moon, landed on it. The future, building it. Freedom, nobody loves it more. And we fight for it.
Freedom, freedom, I can't move. Freedom, help me lose. Freedom, freedom, where are you? 'Cause I need freedom too. I break chains.
Freedom from control.
Won't let my freedom run in.
Freedom from extremism and fear.
Take us back.
Freedom.
But we are not going back.
I'ma keep running 'cause the winner don't quit on themselves.
We go forward. That's American. And we need a leader who is for the people.
Ours is a fight for the future.
Kamala Harris. Protecting people from predators and big drug cartels. Holding Wall Street banks accountable.
A crime perpetrated against our middle class.
Standing up to dictators. And fighting for all of us.
I say we fight.
That's our choice. A prosecutor or a felon.
Are you ready to make your voices heard?
Do we believe in the promise of America? And are we ready to fight for it?
I'ma keep on running 'cause the winner don't quit on themselves.
And when we fight, we win.
So, real quick, that was a great production. She looked good in there. We like how they put the video together. So, one of the producers of this Democratic convention is Steven Spielberg, the guy that did Indiana Jones, the guy that did E.T., guy that did all those movies that you love so well. He must be a Democrat. He is one of the producers of this convention. So watch it, Hollywood friends. Okay, because people say Hollywood is Democratic. Well, you got Steven Spielberg, a well put together video. And we're going to give you again the Kamala speech. You're watching, keeping it honest. Yours truly. Look at all the people. Look right there. All the signs. Fight, fight. We believe. There's her husband. There's the first husband, I guess.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening. Good evening. It is so good to be with everyone this evening in this hall and everyone at home. This is going to be a great week.
Remember everything she says now, so I'm replaying this.
And I want to kick us off by celebrating our incredible President Joe Biden, who will be speaking later tonight. Joe, thank you for your historic leadership, for your lifetime of service to our nation, and for all you will continue to do. We are forever grateful to you. Thank you, Joe. And looking out at everyone tonight, I see the beauty of our great nation. People from every corner of our country and every walk of life are here, united by our shared vision for the future of our country. And this November, we will come together and declare with one voice, as one people, we are moving forward. With optimism, hope, and faith, so guided by our love of country, knowing we all have so much more in common than what separates us. Let us fight for the ideals we hold dear, and let us always remember, when we fight,
We win.
God bless you.
Got it
God
right.
bless the United States of America.
For me.
Good night, everyone.
So now, it's going to start getting good. As soon as I get the music out of here. We have AOC, we have Tony Gwynn coming up from Scandal. And we have a bunch of other people. It's going to be so jam-packed. Let's sit back and
Please
enjoy.
welcome actor and director Tony Goldwyn.
Tony Goldwyn from Scandal, the President of the United States.
Hello, Chicago. And hello to everyone tuning in from all across America. Welcome to the first night of the Democratic National Convention. Now, how is that for an opening act? I'm just saying. Now, as our Vice President just said, over the next 4 days, we will be bringing folks together from all around the country, people from every walk of life, to talk about this nation we love and about a candidate who has devoted her life to public service, who never shies away from a righteous fight, and who always stands up for the people. We are going to talk about the choice America faces in this election. It's a choice not just between two very different candidates, but between two very different futures. We will hear from everyday Americans about what is truly at stake in this campaign. The future of our middle class, the future of reproductive rights, the future of our climate, our security, our schools, the future of our freedom, the future of our very democracy. We will see the vision of our nominee. It is a vision of stability, security, and opportunity for everyday Americans, where we continue to grow this economy by growing the middle class, and where the safety of our children, our families, and our communities are a fundamental civil right. It is a future where, instead of scoffing at allies and fawning over dictators, our president stands up for our friends, faces down our adversaries, and American democracy remains a beacon of hope and inspires the world to take on our biggest challenges together. We'll learn the story of a leader who has dedicated her life to doing the work of making good on the promise of America. A leader who understands the middle class because she grew up in the middle class. A leader who has taken on powerful interests at every step of her career and fought for the rights and freedoms of all of us. And then, of course, we will hear again from the Democratic nominee herself, the next president of the United States of America, Kamala Harris.
Now, wouldn't you want to vote for him for president of the United States? We saw what he did on 5, 6, 7 years of Scandal. When they say art imitating life, he is talking about the person running for president. He played a person that ran for president. He gave speeches as that actor running for president. Now he's giving speeches as not an actor, but a real person promoting the person that's running for president. So if you had him, Donald Trump, and Kamala, which one would you want for president? Something to think about. I think I'd pick that guy because we've already seen him in work, and he was great as a president. I think it was even better as a if he went up against Jack Bauer, who played a president. And you look at this. Okay, she's almost like the person that Jack Bauer played that became president when all of the politicians who went to the safe house or whatever got killed, and he went, but he lived and he became president totally out the blue. And he was a good president. I mean, nobody voted for him, but kind of like what happened with Miss Harris. But they will say super delegates and everybody did, but the American people didn't vote. But out of all of them, I would have probably picked him, as it says right there, President of the United States of America. You're watching Keeping It Honest. Yours truly, Anthony Parker Alexander.
Because she has a message for us. It is a message that's joyful, not mean-spirited. A message of public service, not self-service. A message of optimism and opportunity, not chaos and division. A message that has woken us up to who we are, to who we've always been. Because Americans are not a cynical people. We are not small-minded. And whether we realize it right now or not, we are currently already writing a new chapter of the American story. And we can dream as big as we want. So I just want to ask you, are you excited? Yeah? Well, good. Are you ready? Okay. Well, then I challenge you to make this the moment you get off the sidelines and into the game. So I want you to text JOIN to 30330 and get involved. Because when we fight, what happens?
We win.
We win. And we are going to win this thing together. And while we're doing it, we are going to have a whole lot of fun. So let's get started.
All right. The next president of TV. Let me know what his which I'm curious. Let me know what his title is as President of the United States on the show Scandal. This person coming up now, great player.
Basketball team, Steve Kerr.
Coach.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
For the Warriors. Very political. Let's listen in.
Thank you. It is so fun to be back here in the United Center. And as you guys know, a lot of good stuff has happened in this building.
And he just won in his team in the Olympics, his basketball team, USA.
Especially in the 90s. You young people, Google Michael Jordan and you can read all about it. Okay?
Steve Kerr played against Michael Jordan. And then he became a coach later on, one of the greatest coaches ever.
So there was an amazing vibe in this building back in those days. And I feel that same winning spirit here tonight. So the last time I was in a packed basketball arena was in Paris, France. 9 days ago, some of the best players on earth, 12 incredible American men, came together to win Olympic gold. And the next night, I was back in that same building watching 12 more of the best players on earth our incredible American women do the same thing.
Oh, yeah.
And I cannot think of a better metaphor for what this country is all about than the way Team USA came together at the Olympics. We had players from across our wonderful country, players who have trained and fought relentlessly, shed tears trying to beat one another throughout their careers, joining forces to wear the red, white, and blue. And when we won, the American flag raised to the rafters, the national anthem playing, gold medals draped around the necks of our players, whose hands were held over their hearts. It was the proudest moment of my life. Thank you. Thank you. Now, I could never have imagined that a few days later I would receive an invitation to step into a different kind of arena. And so here I am. I know very well that speaking out about politics these days comes with risks. I can see the shut up and whistle tweets being fired off as we speak. But I also knew as soon as I was asked that it was too important as an American citizen not to speak up in an election of this magnitude.
Should athletes or people in the sporting arena have political viewpoints, or should they, as some people say, just shut up and be entertaining? What do you think about that? Drop me a line. Let me know. You're watching Keeping It Honest. Yours truly, Anthony Parker Alexander.
The reason I said yes to speaking here tonight is that as a coach and former player, as a husband, a son, a father, even a grandfather, and as an American, I believe in a certain kind of leadership. I believe that leaders must display dignity. I believe that leaders must tell the truth. I believe that leaders should be able to laugh at themselves. I believe leaders must care for and love the people they are leading. I believe leaders must possess knowledge and expertise, but with the full awareness that none of us has all the answers. And in fact, some of the best answers often come from members of the team.
Mm-hmm.
And if you look for those qualities in your friends or your boss or an employee or your child's teacher or your mayor, then shouldn't you want those same qualities in your president?
Yes.
And when you think about it that way, this is no contest. With Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, I see all those qualities. They have devoted their lives to serving other people. Whether Vice President Harris was defending her community in the courtroom, or Governor Walz was inspiring the next generation in the classroom, or on the field, for that matter. By the way, coach to coach, that guy's awesome.
Mm-hmm.
Although, I have to say, Coach Walz, way too much reliance on the blitz in '99 against Mankato East. You had a strong defensive line. I would have played more press coverage with your corners and then dropped the safeties into a Tampa 2. That's just me.
Okay.
Sorry. I wanted you to know how I feel every day of the NBA season. All right.
Mm-hmm.
But listen, the joy, the compassion, the commitment to our country that we saw at the Olympics, that is what Kamala Harris and Tim Walz have. And it is what our country needs. Leadership, real leadership. Not the kind that seeks to divide us, but the kind that recognizes and celebrates our common purpose. Think about what our team achieved with 12 Americans in Paris, putting aside rivalries to represent our country. Now imagine what we could do with all 330 million of us playing on the same team.
That would be so great.
Not as Democrats,
not as Republicans, not as libertarians, but as Americans who know the greatness of this nation doesn't come from any one of us, but from each of us doing our part to build a more perfect union. That vision is what this campaign is all about. It's why I'm here tonight. And it's why I'll be getting out every day to help people get out and vote on November 5th and elect Kamala Harris and Tim Walz as the next president and vice president of the United States. And after the results are tallied that night,
Correctly.
in the words of the great Steph Curry, we can tell Donald Trump, night, night. Thank you.
Woo-hoo. Night, night. All right, there we go. Steve Kerr. What a very interesting person. Coach. Man, he really is the original, I guess you would say, coach. There was a TV show back in the 90s, I guess, called Coach. But he is our everyday coach. Wow. You're watching Keeping It Honest. Yours truly, Anthony Parker. And it's Democratic Convention Day 1. Here is one of the ones I really wanted to see. She's been out there for a couple years. She's been taking flack. She stood by Joe. She stood by Bernie. I guess she's standing by Kamala. The one, the only person with 3 initials. You know her. I guess you love her. You can't get enough of her. AOC.
Thank you, Chicago, for your energy. Thank you, Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, for your vision.
And some say she may be either running for president, vice president a couple years, or Speaker of the House. And I think she's choosing to be Speaker of the House. There's a lot of people that liked her because she was on that squad, but then they kind of had to tell her, hey, pace yourself, calm down in what you're doing. And I think she did. Most people from her squad run out of office, and it was usually AOC and the squad. It's almost like she was a solo act. So when Biden was up against the wall and she still backed Biden, I gave her a lot of credit because she said it should be an open convention. Okay. And now I guess she changed her mind because they could have said to her, look, if you don't calm down with this open convention, you won't be around too much longer in politics. So now she's speaking for Kamala. Listen to that. Young people love it.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Chicago, for your energy. Thank you, Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, for your vision. And thank you, Joe Biden, for your leadership. 6 years ago, I was taking omelet orders as a waitress in New York City. I didn't have health insurance. My family was fighting off foreclosure, and we were struggling with bills after my dad passed away unexpectedly from cancer.
Wow, just 6 years ago. Look how far she's come. You have to give her credit.
Like millions of Americans, we were just looking for an honest shake. And we were tired of a cynical politics that seemed blind to the realities of working people. It was then, only through the miracles of democracy and community, that the good people of the Bronx and Queens chose someone like me to elect them in Congress.
And go into history to see who AOC is. Was she one of the hardworking people? Yes, she was a waitress, but suppose her family did have some money. Check it out. I'm only at Cliff Notes. Then let me know what you think about AOC.
And America, in my heart, I know from that same cloth of hope and aspiration, we will also elect Kamala Harris and Tim Walz as President and Vice President of the United States of America. I am here tonight because America has before us a rare and precious opportunity. In Kamala Harris, we have a chance to elect a president who is for the middle class because she is from the middle class. She understands the urgency of rent checks and groceries and prescriptions. She is as committed to our reproductive and civil rights as she is to taking on corporate greed. And she is working tirelessly to secure a ceasefire in Gaza and bringing hostages home.
So that's the thing that people are going to be talking about. Okay, is Kamala and Joe Biden trying to do this ceasefire now? And they're pushing it now more because of this election coming up? Or some people think they really don't care. That's why there's a lot of protesters outside of this convention.
In Kamala Harris, I see a leader who understands. I see a leader with a real commitment to a better future for working families. And Chicago, we have to help her win. Because we know that Donald Trump would sell this country for $1 if it meant lining his own pockets and greasing the palms of his Wall Street friends.
Okay, but then let's also look at Bernie Sanders. Bernie Sanders, a lot of people said sold out, but yet AOC really backed him. So a lot of the independents and people that were looking for change voted for Bernie Sanders. But once Bernie got in and we found out a little bit more about him, as I told Dr. West, how did he feel when his friend didn't support him? Did he feel he was a sellout? Well, Dr. Cornel West said, as a friend, he was hurt, but he still said he loved his brother. So how do you feel, AOC, about Bernie Sanders?
And I, for one, am tired of hearing about how a two-bit union buster thinks of himself as more of a patriot than the woman who fights every single day to lift working people out from under the boots of greed, trampling on our way of life.
I hope you still stay strong and true, AOC.
The truth is, Don, you...
Jesse Jackson's like, whoa. I'm sorry. I'm just keeping it honest. Is that a man? I'm surprised she said that, or wow, I'm surprised she said that. Jesse Jackson, we love you.
You cannot love this country if you only fight for the wealthy and big business. To love this country is to fight for its people, all people, working people, everyday Americans like bartenders and factory workers and fast food cashiers who punch a clock and are on their feet all day in some of the toughest jobs out there. You know, ever since I got elected, Republicans have attacked me by saying that I should go back to bartending.
Mhm.
But let me tell you,
Go ahead, tell us.
I'm happy to any day of the week because there is nothing wrong with working for a living.
Amen on that. You said you'd be happy to. Right now, you're one of the few from the squad. You're still working.
Imagine having leaders in the White House who understand that. Leaders like Kamala and Tim. But Chicago, just because the choice is clear to us does not mean that the path will be easy. Over the next 78 days, we will have to pour every ounce, every minute, every moment into making history on November 5th.
78 days.
But we cannot send Kamala and Tim to the White House alone.
No, we can't. You want to go too.
Together, we must also elect strong Democratic majorities in the House and in the Senate so that we can deliver on an ambitious agenda for the people.
Politicians to make the
You
difference.
are a working parent trying to afford rent and childcare. Kamala is for you. If you are a senior who had to go back to work because your retirement didn't stretch far enough, Kamala is for you.
Yep.
If you're an immigrant family just starting your American story, Kamala is for you.
And if you're trying to get an office job,
When we knock on our neighbor's door, organize our communities, and elect Kamala Harris to the presidency on November 5th,
Kamala's just
we
for
will
you.
send a loud message that the people of this nation will not go back. We choose a new path and open the door to a new day, one that is for the people and by the people. Thank you. Thank you very much. God bless. God bless you all.
And there you have it. AOC's possibly greatest speech ever. She is looking at that speech to be involved in the Kamala administration even more. Maybe an appointed job, maybe again, a couple years from now.
How about that AOC?
Okay, a couple years from now, we get a house. Now back to the
So
TV
Kamala
president.
Harris's story begins in a middle-class neighborhood in the East Bay. Yeah, in a modest apartment above a nursery school, in a close-knit community where people looked out for one another, with a mother who instilled in Kamala Harris the core principles that have defined her life in public service. These are the experiences that made her the leader she is today.
The neighborhood we grew up in was a very hardworking, middle class, tight knit community. Families going to church on Sunday, kids playing in the front yard. Mommy got us these bright blue matching bikes with banana seats, and we were surrounded by caring adults.
So tell me, we're right in the middle of the story of Miss Harris. How many people know about this story?
This neighborhood on Bancroft Way, we've spent so much time here. Behind me is where it all began. Her mom, Shamala, rented the apartment that was above the Shelton's nursery. So in the beginning, Mrs. Shelton used to babysit the girls.
Shama was a single mom. Life was not easy for them, but she loved her daughters fiercely.
Kamala herself says that her mom told her that she may be the first to do many things, but to make sure that she's not the last. She's always been that kind of person, a true leader, and very protective of her friends and her family.
When Kamala was all of 4 years old, her best friend in kindergarten, Stacy Johnson, got into something with another kid on the playground.
Mhm.
This one particular day, we had made some clay art, and this one boy in our class had taken mine for whatever reason and threw it on the ground, and it shattered. So Kamala, being very protective, just jumped in front of me and stood up to him. To me, that shows the kind of person that she has always been, to stand up to the bully and to stand up for the underdog and to stand up for what is right.
Kamala carries the lessons of our mother, the fighting spirit of our mother, the compassion. And I have seen it over and over again in our growing up. When we were in high school, my sister's friend, Wanda, was being molested by a family member. And Kamala just jumped in. She wanted her to come and stay with us. And mommy said, of course. That is Kamala. She can't help herself from.
So we're going to go back a little bit because there was a sign that I want us to read together. If I can get to it. You're watching Keeping It Honest, yours truly, Anthony Parker Alexander, as we're on the first night of the Democratic Convention. Let me see if I can find this. Okay. Let me go back here. Let's see if we can find this so we can read
When
it
Kamala
together.
was all of 4 years old, her best friend in kindergarten, Stacy Johnson, got into something with another kid on the playground.
This one particular day, we had made some clay art, and this one boy in our class had taken mine for whatever reason and threw it on the ground, and it shattered. So Kamala, being very protective, just jumped in front of me and stood up to him. To me, that shows the kind of person that she has always been, to stand up to the bully and to stand up for the underdog and to stand up for what is right.
Kamala carries the lessons of our mother, the fighting spirit of our mother, the compassion. And I have seen it over and over again.
Okay, here we go. Kamala Harris, Sherman, California, Angelo Summer 80, Irene Essing out the W with ACDPCSMM. Happiness is making long distance phone calls to AM. Favorite pastime dancing with, what does that say? Super Six? Midnight Magic? Favorite example? Nah, I'm just playing. SP thanks to, special thanks to my mother. In part note, I can't read that part. So this just gave a little bit about who she was. I was just curious, and maybe you were too, from what we could read.
Again in our growing up. When we were in high school, my sister's friend, Wanda, was being molested by a family member. And Kamala just jumped in. She wanted her to come and stay with us. And mommy said, of course. That is Kamala. She can't help herself from standing up for people and standing up for what she thinks is right. She has been that way our whole lives. Being a protector is what led her to become a prosecutor. Looking back now, I could say it was her calling.
Mm. It was her calling. Nice background.
Please welcome Stacy Johnson Batiste and Doris Johnson.
You're watching Keeping It Honest, yours truly, Anthony Parker
Good
Alexander.
evening. I'm Stacy Johnson Batiste, and this is my mom, Doris Johnson. We we are so excited and honored to be here with you. Kamala and I have known each other for a long time. We met at Berkwood Hedge School. We hit it off immediately and became each other's very first best friends. Our moms also became fast friends.
And on weekends, we would pile into my 1966 Mustang, and Kamala's mom, Shamala, would sit in the front with me, and Kamala and Maya and Stacy would sit in the back, and off we would go to a movie or some adventure.
My mom still has that Mustang.
Wow. Woo.
I do.
How much miles?
Kamala and I both get our grit from our mothers. Kamala has always been a protector. One day at school, we made clay art projects during story time when they were outside on tables to dry. For whatever reason, a boy in our class took mine, threw it on the ground, and it shattered. Kamala
Uh-oh.
jumped in between him and me and said something that made him so mad, he picked up a rock or something and hit her on the head. Blood came streaming
Ouch.
down. The school called Shamala to come take her to the hospital. The stitches she got left a scar over one of her eyes. She still has it.
Hmm.
That's the kind of person Kamala has always been from the very beginning. Someone who doesn't hesitate to stand up for what's right, to take up for the underdog, and to stand up to bullies.
You're right.
I have
There's
seen
Nancy
it time and again,
Pelosi.
whether the bully is an individual, a gang, or a corporation. She fights for all of us. Before we go, I know my mom has one more thing to say.
Kamala, your mom would be so proud of you.
Hmm. And that's all that you could want. To have a proud parent. Keeping it honest. Coming up should be Miss Clinton, Hillary Clinton soon.
Please welcome former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton.
Here we go. He also ran against Donald Trump. Can't wait to hear what she has to say. Maybe she thinks she won the election too against Trump. But one thing we have in common, some people say she was going to run now. Hillary Clinton.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Some people say what could have been.
Thank you. Thank you all so much.
If her last name hadn't been Clinton, would she have won? That's what Chuck Todd said.
Thank you.
She could have been the first lady president
My fellow Democrats.
in the Trump era.
Thank you, my fellow Americans. Thank you so much. No.
Mhm. Would you ever like to have seen her president?
Thank you all.
Let me know.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Listen to all that applause.
Thank you so much. Wow. There's a lot of energy in this room, just like there is across the country.
He's probably saying, well, why don't you guys vote for me then?
Something is happening in America. You can feel it. Something we've worked for and dreamed of for a long time. First, though, let's salute President Biden.
Yes. Yes, absolutely. Where's he at?
He has been democracy's champion at home and abroad. He brought dignity, decency, and competence back to the White House.
It couldn't have anybody in some ways after Donald Trump.
And he showed what it means to be a true patriot. Thank you, Joe Biden, for your lifetime of service and leadership.
And I wonder, did Joe get a gold rock? What do you get? Or a library? Probably a library. Thank you, Joe.
And now,
Some people say just go, Joe.
and now we are writing a new chapter in America's story. You know, my mother Dorothy was born right here in Chicago before women had the right to vote. That changed 104 years ago yesterday. Think about it. Tennessee became the final state to ratify the 19th Amendment to the Constitution. The state legislature was deadlocked until one lawmaker's mother, a widow who read 3 newspapers a day, sent a letter to her son. No more delays, she wrote. Give us the vote. And since that day,
What day was that?
every
What year?
generation has carried the torch forward. In 1972, a fearless Black congresswoman named Shirley Chisholm
Ran for president. If I'm correct.
She ran for president.
And that was 52 years ago. Black woman.
And her determination let me and millions of others dream bigger, not just because of who she was, but because of who she fought for. Working parents, poor children, the last, the least, and the lost. In 1984, I brought my daughter to see Geraldine Ferraro, the first woman nominated for vice president.
Oh, yes, I remember that. I
If
don't
we can
remember
do
which
this,
president.
Jerry said we can do anything. And then there was 2016, when it was the honor of my life to accept our party's nomination for president.
It was only 8 years ago. 2016. Just 8 years ago. Jeez, that's not long.
And nearly 66 million Americans voted for a future where there are no ceilings on our dreams.
66 million. But unfortunately, we still lost.
And
Or
afterwards,
fortunate.
we refused to give up on America. Millions marched, many ran for office. We kept our eyes on the future. Well, my friends, the future is here. I wish my mother and Kamala's mother could see us. They would say, keep going. Shirley and Jerry would say, keep going. Women fighting for reproductive health care are saying, keep going.
What do you think of her speech?
Families building better lives, parents stretching
scratching to afford childcare, young people struggling to pay their rent. They're all asking us to keep going.
Keep going. Keep going.
So, with faith in each other and joy in our hearts, let's send Kamala Harris and Tim Walz to the White House.
3 generations: AOC, Kamala, and Hillary Clinton.
You know, the story of my life and the history of our country is that progress is possible, but not guaranteed.
Hmm.
We have to fight for it and never, ever give up. There is always a choice. Do we push forward or pull back? Come together as we the people, or split into us versus them? That's the choice we face in this election. Kamala has the character, experience, and vision to lead us forward. I know her heart and her integrity. We both got our start as young lawyers, helping children who were abused and neglected. That kind of work changes a person. Those kids stay with you. Kamala carries with her the hopes of every child she protected, every family she helped, every community she served. So as president, she will always have our backs, and she will be a fighter for us. She will fight to lower costs for hardworking families, open the doors wide for good-paying jobs, and yes, she will restore abortion rights nationwide.
Yeah, that's going to be a big one.
As a prosecutor, Kamala locked up murderers and drug traffickers. She will never rest in defense of our freedom and safety. Donald Trump fell asleep at his own trial, and when he woke up, he made his own kind of history. The first person to run for president with 34 felony convictions.
Well, we're still picking them. It's our fault. Talk about policy.
As vice president, Kamala sat in the Situation Room.
They say lock him up. Where Trump and then used to say lock her up. So it's ironic. Who's getting closer to being locked up? Nobody's moving.
We also know as President Kamala sat in the Situation Room and stood for America's values. I know what it takes, and I can tell you, as Commander-in-Chief, Kamala won't disrespect our military and our veterans. She reveres our Medal of Honor recipients. She won't be sending love letters to dictators. She will defend democracy and our Constitution and will protect America from enemies, foreign and domestic.
It's a better citizen than person.
Think about it. The Constitution says the president's job is to take care that the laws be faithfully executed. Those are the words of our founders. Take care. Just look at the candidates. Kamala cares. cares about kids and families, cares about America. Donald only cares about himself.
Nope.
On her first day in court, Kamala said 5 words that still guide her.
What's that?
Kamala Harris, for the people.
I'm here for the people. There you go.
That is something that Donald Trump will never understand.
Or say.
So it is no surprise, is it?
'Cause he's not
that he
family.
is lying about Kamala's record. He's mocking her name and her laugh. Sounds familiar.
Get that PUC, huh, Hillary?
But we have him on the run now.
You know, let's not underestimate. They never underestimate Donald.
So, no matter what the polls say, we can't let up.
Neither one of y'all.
We can't get driven down crazy conspiracy rabbit holes. We have to fight for the truth. We have to fight for Kamala as she will fight for us.
Yeah.
Because you know what?
What? When we fight,
it still takes a village to raise a family, heal a country, and win a campaign.
it's the village to raise a family. Hillary's
And
quote.
America needs every one of us, our energy, our talents, our dreams. We're not just electing a president, we're uplifting our nation. We're opening the promise of America wide enough for everyone. Together, we put a lot of cracks in the highest, hardest glass ceiling.
Not a crack in the glass ceiling. I like
And
that.
tonight, so close to breaking through once and for all. I want to tell you what I see through all those cracks and why it matters for each and every one of us.
And you help push it a lot.
Do I see?
What do you see?
I see freedom. I see the freedom to make our own decisions about our health, our lives, our loves, our families. The freedom to work with dignity and prosper, to worship as we choose or not, to speak our minds freely and honestly. I see freedom from fear and intimidation, from violence and injustice, from chaos and corruption. I see the freedom to look our children in the eye and say, in America, you can go as far as your hard work and talent will take you, and mean it. And you know what? On the other side of that glass ceiling is Kamala Harris raising her hand and taking the oath of office as our 47th President of the United States.
It's a great dream. Keeping it honest. You're silly, Anthony Parker.
Because, my friends, when a barrier falls for one of us, it falls. It falls and clears the way for all of us. So for the next 78 days, we need to work harder than we ever have. We need to beat back the dangers that Trump and his allies pose to the rule of law and our way of life. Don't get distracted or complacent. Talk to your friends and neighbors. Volunteer. Be proud champions for the truth and for the country that we all love. I want my grandchildren and their grandchildren to know I was here at this moment, that we were here, and that we were with Kamala Harris every step of the way. This is our time, America. This is when we stand up. This is when we break through. The future is here. It's in our grasp.
All right. Miss Hillary Clinton. How much of this is fashion? Was hers better than AOC? Is this the speech that she would have given if she would have won? Is there some bitterness between her and Donald Trump? As much as Joe Biden said, I didn't want to lose, how much did Hillary Clinton say this should have been mine? You're watching, keeping it on.
I think it's fair to say that we all stand on the shoulders of Hillary Clinton. So I'm just checking. Are you ready to join this fight yet? Okay.
What a great
That's
speaker
the
here.
answer I was looking for. So I want you to text join to 30330 and get involved. Now, what does fighting for the people exactly look like?
Joe Biden.
Let's go back
right?
to 2011 when Kamala Harris was Attorney General
Okay.
of California. The housing crisis had devastated American families, and the big banks had forced Californians out of their homes. Well, Kamala Harris stood up to those banks, and she secured a $20 billion settlement for California families. That is fighting for the people.
No applause?
And that is something that our next speaker knows all about. Please welcome the fearless fighter from South Carolina, Congressman Jim Clyburn.
Jim Clyburn, he's the one I always talk about him that kind of pushed Joe Biden in South Carolina to win. If he hadn't endorsed Joe Biden, South Carolina, they wouldn't have won. Let's hear Jim.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
He's Joe
Thank
Biden's
you.
legacy that made him literally president.
Thank you and good evening. Thank you, South Carolina. Thank you. Four years ago, Americans were experiencing high anxieties and great uncertainties. A deadly virus raged, schools closed, businesses shuttered. Donald Trump mismanaged the crisis from day one, looking out for himself instead of the country. The American people responded to the crisis in leadership by electing new leaders. Thanks to Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, we reopened our schools, brought back our businesses, and restored our faith in the American can-do spirit. Thanks to Joe and Kamala, we reduced the price of prescription drugs, repaired roads and bridges, and replaced lead pipes. Thanks to Joe and Kamala, we are honoring our heroes in uniform and expanded benefits to over 1 million veterans. Thanks to Joe and Kamala, Make It in America is no longer just a slogan, but a movement that is bringing millions of manufacturing jobs back to America.
Thanks to Joe and
For
Kamala.
President Biden's lifetime of achievement in service of his country, we owe him a great debt of gratitude. And we're all grateful for one of the best decisions he made,
To drop out?
selecting Kamala Harris as his vice president and endorsing her to succeed him.
Well, he didn't really have a choice, too.
I often say that we are but the sum of our experiences. In the introduction to my memoir, I wrote, all my experiences have not been pleasant, but I consider all of them to be blessings.
Okay.
So has been the case with Kamala. Her experiences have prepared her for this moment. Kamala Harris is a true battle-tested leader, a district attorney, attorney general, senator, and vice president who gets things done. While Donald Trump has been bragging about how he overturned Roe, Kamala has been fiercely advocating for the respectation of reproduction freedoms. While Trump has been looking out for himself and his billionaire buddies, Kamala has been fighting to lower costs for all Americans. And while Trump falsely pleads ignorance of Project 2025,
Here we go.
which in my opinion is Jim Crow 2.0.
That's what some people say. Check it out for yourselves, people. Really.
Kamala has been offering the American people enlightening proposals and visionary leadership. Having grown up in a parsonage, I often look to the good book for understanding and guidance. As 2 Corinthians informs, we are troubled on every side, yet not distressed. We are perplexed, but not in despair. Persecuted, but not forsaken. Cast down, but not destroyed. Our great democracy has been tested, and so has the basic goodness of the American people. But our resolve to remain a great country with freedom and justice for all will not falter. We will continue our march toward a more perfect union, united in our common purpose and emboldened by our resolve to elect Kamala Harris and Tim Walz as the next president and vice president of these United States of America. Thank you and Godspeed.
Remember Claiborne. When Biden was in the basement because of COVID in South Carolina.
In the criminal justice system, the people are represented by two separate yet equally important groups.
Law and order?
The police who investigate crime and the district attorneys who prosecute the
These are their
offenders.
stories.
This is the story of Donald Trump. His entire life, Trump has believed he's above the law, that no one would ever dare hold him accountable. He lies. He rips off workers. He sexually abuses women.
Hey, when you're a star, they let you do it. You can do anything.
He cheats in business. He cheated on his wife with a porn star and paid her off so the American people wouldn't find out during an election. But in the criminal justice system, ordinary Americans have had the courage to find him accountable time and time again.
Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty. Donald Trump guilty on all 34 felony counts.
For the first time in history,
Not in
we
jail,
have a
though.
convicted felon running for president. And to take on this case, we need a president who has spent her life prosecuting perpetrators like Donald Trump. He tried overturning Georgia's free and fair election.
I just want to find 11,780 votes.
He's tried to escape any responsibility for instigating the January 6th attack on our Capitol.
We're going to walk down to the Capitol, and I'll be there with you.
And if elected, Trump has promised to overturn laws that would keep him accountable and exact retribution on anyone he considers an enemy, even warning of a bloodbath if he doesn't get his way. So we, the people, have a chance to render our own verdict on Donald Trump. We are the jury he most fears. When we vote this November, we vote for justice, accountability, and the rule of law that keeps America free.
Big commercial. Big ad. Tacky.
Please welcome Maryland Representative Jamie Raskin.
All right, let's see what Jamie is up to. You're watching, keeping it honest. Introduction, maybe, to Joe Biden. Let us see. People love Jamie, I guess. Let's hear Jamie.
Hello, America. And welcome to the Democracy Convention.
Mm.
Welcome to the Freedom Convention. And thank you for the beautiful weather, Chicago. It's been a little rough on Capitol Hill, where it's not just the heat, it's the stupidity.
That's funny.
Now, we meet in this great city tonight where Abraham Lincoln was nominated in 1860 to save the Union from fanatical insurrectionists, and where Franklin D. Roosevelt was renominated by Democrats in 1940 to defeat fascist dictators. Now, we fight in our time to defend our freedom and our democracy against the banana Republicans who have converted Lincoln's party into a dangerous cult of personality.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I'll never forget the pounding on the doors of the House chamber on January 6th, were the screams to follow. Hundreds of our police officers taunted and attacked, 140 of them wounded by extremists wielding baseball bats,
So he was
steel
there.
pipes, even American flags. 5 people died that day, and 4 more of our officers took their own lives
4.
in the days and weeks to come. All of this after Trump was defeated by more than 7 million votes by the great Joe Biden. It was after 80 judges rejected every ridiculous claim raised by this sore loser who does not know how to take no for an answer from American voters, American courts, or American women.
Mm. Whoa.
Remember what the mob chanted as they stormed the Capitol and injured our officers? Hang Mike Pence.
Remember hearing that.
Someone should have told Donald Trump that the president's job under Article 2 of the Constitution.
Hello?
Someone should have told Donald Trump that the president's job under Article 2 of the Constitution is to take care that the laws are faithfully executed, not that the vice president is executed.
Yes. Yeah. Okay. Oh, fine print.
Pence has now joined more than 24 officials from Donald Trump's own administration in denouncing him, an historical record. And Pence is the first vice president in more than 2 centuries not to support the president he served with in a general election.
Wow.
And by the way, J.D. Vance, do you understand why there was a sudden job opening for running mate on the GOP ticket? They tried to kill your predecessor.
Mm.
They tried to kill him because he would not follow Trump's plan to destroy and nullify the votes of millions of Americans. Your votes, Pennsylvania. Your votes, Michigan. Your votes, Georgia, Nevada, Arizona, Are we going to go back to the days of election suppression and violent insurrection?
The big words. Suppression and insurrection. Wow. Democrat, Republican. Insurrection.
We're not going back.
And suppression.
Well, look, 1 week after that beautiful day, as Trump calls it, the Republicans, 10 Republicans, joined all of the Democrats to impeach Trump for the worst high crime and misdemeanor ever committed by a president, inciting insurrection against our own Constitution. Make no mistake, a man who uses fraud, theft, and violence to take power will commit any crime to keep it. And now Trump's promising to pardon hundreds of his fellow criminal convicts and insurrectionists.
And the courts may let him out, too.
He calls for, quote, the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those in the Constitution. My friends, are we the people going to let Donald Trump terminate our Constitution and obliterate the blessings of liberty for our posterity?
Does he have that much power?
That's right. We're going to elect Kamala Harris. We're going to elect the career prosecutor and inspiring public servant and Coach Walls. And we're going to defeat Donald Trump, the career criminal and incorrigible recidivist con man and his pet chameleon, J.D. Vance.
Pet chameleon. Wow.
And America, let's make it a landslide so big that Donald Trump and his kangaroo court Supreme Court justices cannot even try to steal it.
Yeah, you can't make it close, either or. Republican, Democrats, landslide.
Let's make every vote count. Let's make sure every vote is counted. Let's let freedom ring, and let's let democracy work in America.
Wow. Interesting take. So now we're going to see if Joe Biden is coming up.
Please welcome Texas Representative Jasmine Crockett.
Okay, I heard from her. I think we did a little bit of something on her, Jasmine Crockett. Right now, people love her.
Good evening, America. On November 5th, our nation will hire a president, a commander-in-chief, and leader of the free world. So let's compare their resumes, shall we?
Here we go. Resume comparing.
One candidate worked at McDonald's while she was in college at an HBCU.
Historically black college.
HU. The other was born with a silver spoon in his mouth and helped his daddy in the family business. Housing discrimination, that is. She became a career prosecutor while he became a career criminal. With 34 felonies, 2 impeachments, and 1 porn star to prove it.
But he wasn't a career criminal, though. Recent years.
Her entire career as an elected district attorney, attorney general, and senator, she's always worked for one client, the people. Meanwhile, he's a 78-year-old, lifelong predator, fraudster, and cheat, known for inciting violent mobs.
Listen, y'all.
Uh-oh.
He's only looked out for one person, himself. As women are dying, he is bragging about overturning Roe. And y'all know I come from Texas. And right now in Texas,
What's that?
come on, Texas. But right now in Texas, they want to institute the death penalty. That is a problem.
I thought they've already had that.
While Kamala Harris is fighting for our reproductive rights to be restored. She is also the leader we need on the global stage. She helped secure the release of Americans wrongfully detained in Russia.
Just a couple weeks
At the
back.
same time, he cozies up to his role model, Vladimir Putin, and MAGA holds legislation hostage here at home, critical resources to secure the border, military aid to Ukraine, and even the farm bill. She's lived the American dream while he's been America's nightmare.
Mm-hmm. Not a fan of Trump, huh?
America, looking at the two choices before you, who would you hire? Donald Trump?
Okay.
Or Kamala Harris?
What about Tony Goodwin, the guy that won the show Scandal? Another choice.
Kamala Harris has a resume. Donald Trump has a rap sheet.
A resume, a rap sheet. All right.
She presides over the Senate while he keeps our national secrets next to his thinking chair.
Huh?
Y'all know what I said that other time.
Okay.
In Mar-a-Lago. Well, Donald Trump wants to put our 1787 Constitution through his Project 2025 paper shredder and make every day January 6th. Kamala Harris is fighting to fulfill the promise of America. In the real world, this wouldn't even be close. But this election is.
It's the real world.
Don't make a mistake. We are the underdogs in this fight, even though there is only one person qualified, only one person who's done the work and who has delivered the results. And she needs you. She needs your one vote this November. Can we count on you?
Takes one vote to be a winner.
Some of you know a little bit of my history. Some of you don't. So
I
let me
don't.
tell you.
So here we go.
I was a public defender.
Okay.
I did criminal defense as well as practiced civil rights law for almost 2 decades.
Wow.
I know a good prosecutor when I see one. Kamala Harris is the kind of prosecutor we long for in the cases like those of Breonna Taylor.
She was killed by the police.
Yeah.
I'm correct.
She was the first attorney general in the nation to order that her officers wear body cams, and she started the Back on Track program to reduce recidivism. Listen, y'all, she did all these things because she genuinely cares about people. She sees each person as just that, a person, not a statistic. She's proven that since the first day she stepped into a courtroom and said what y'all already heard Hillary say, I did not copy out for her speech. I just want y'all to know. She walked into that courtroom and said, Kamala Harris for the people. And she meant that.
Okay.
Many of you know her credentials. But what I love about Kamala Harris goes beyond her resume. Is that she sees the humanity in everyone. She's the only candidate in this race who is capable of empathy. When I first got to Congress, I wasn't sure I made the right decision. The Chaos Caucus couldn't elect a speaker, and the Oversight Committee was unhinged. I was going through all of this
when I visited the Vice President's residence for the first time. As I approached Vice President Harris for our official photo, she turned to me and asked, "What's wrong?" Mind you, we'd never met, but she saw right through me. She saw the distress. I immediately began crying.
Okay. All right, she's crying now. Very touching.
And the most powerful woman in the world wiped my tears and listened.
Mm-hmm.
It's so hard for me to tell this story. She then said,
All right.
among other things, "You are exactly where God wants you. Your district chose you because they believe in you, and so do I."
Mm.
I'm gonna stop. Okay. The next month, I went viral for the first of many times to come for hitting Republicans with a dose of their own medicine.
Mm.
That brief but impactful interaction gave me my legislative legs, and I've been running ever since.
Amen. Sometimes you need one. That's it. Sometimes you need one.
The question before us is, will a vindictive, vile villain violate voters' vision?
Whoa. I can't even say that. That's pretty good.
For a better America or not? I hear alliterations are back in style.
Mm. It's funny.
We deserve better. We deserve a president who can be a bright light in a sea of darkness. One who will pull us forward, because we won't go back.
Don't go back. Don't go back.
Amanda Gorman said it best. There's always light if only we are brave enough to see it.
I've heard that.
If only we are brave enough to be it. Kamala Harris showed me that light. And America, when she is our president, together we will shine as that beacon of hope and freedom around the world once more. God bless y'all.
Thank you. You're watching Keeping It Honest. Yours truly, Anthony Parker Alexander. Convention, Democratic Convention, day one. What do you think? Here's Joey.
This is one of our willow boxes. This was the outfit that she was gonna maybe wear home from the hospital. There's her little the blanket that she was
in.
It's okay. No. For 54 years, they were trying to get Roe v. Wade terminated, and I did it. And I'm proud to have done it.
I was punished for 3 days having to wait for either my baby to die or me to die or both. I was stuck in this horrific hell of both wanting to hear her heartbeat and also hoping I wouldn't.
There has to be some form of punishment. For the woman? Yeah, there has to be some form.
I almost died because doctors were forced to follow Trump's abortion ban. Kamala will protect a woman's right to choose.
We trust women to make decisions about their own body and not have their government tell them what to do.
I have so much faith in her.
And when Congress passes a law to restore reproductive freedoms as President of the United States, I will sign it into law.
We have to fight for Kamala Harris, our rights, our freedoms, and frankly, our lives. Everything is on the line.
That was interesting commercial.
When you're expecting a baby, packing for the hospital should be a joyful moment. For us, it was different. We were told with 100% certainty we would lose our baby girl, Willow, and we were sent home.
Wow.
For 3 days, we waited until Amanda was sick enough to receive standard abortion care. Eventually, Amanda's temperature spiked. She was shaking, disoriented, and crashing. I don't remember what I threw into our bag that day, only that instead of welcoming Willow, I was hoping Amanda's life could be saved. I'm here tonight because the fight for reproductive rights isn't just a woman's fight. This is about fighting. This is about fighting for our families.
The families,
and as
right.
Kamala Harris says, our future.
It's a great statement right there. We're going to talk about this.
Every time I share our story, my heart breaks. For the baby girl we wanted desperately, for the doctors and nurses who couldn't help me deliver her safely, for Josh, who feared he would lose me too. But I was lucky. I lived. So I'll continue sharing our story, standing with women and families across the country. Today, because of Donald Trump, more than 1 in 3 women of reproductive age in America lives under an abortion ban.
Wow.
A second Trump term would rip away even more of our rights. Passing a national abortion ban, letting states monitor pregnancies and prosecute doctors, restricting birth control and fertility treatments. We cannot let that happen.
Wow.
We need to vote as if lives depend on it, because they do.
The different takes. You're bringing people that are feeling the pain, telling their story.
2 years ago, my husband and I were expecting our second child. Our daughter, Lauren, couldn't wait to be a big sister. I was getting ready for her 4th birthday party when something didn't feel right. 2 emergency rooms sent me away. Because of Louisiana's abortion ban, no one would confirm that I was miscarrying. I was in pain, bleeding so much my husband feared for my life. No woman should experience what I endured, but too many have. They write to me saying, "What happened to you happened to me." Sometimes they're miscarrying, scared to tell anyone, even their doctors. Our daughters deserve better. America deserves better. Kamala Harris and Tim Walz will fight for reproductive rights and our freedom and our shared future.
Growing up, I was an all-American girl. Varsity soccer captain, cheerleading captain, homecoming queen, and survivor.
Real people telling their
I
stories.
was raped by my stepfather after years of sexual abuse. At age 12, I took my first pregnancy test,
Wow.
and it was positive. That was the first time I was ever told, "You have options." I can't imagine not having a choice. But today, that's the reality for many women and girls across the country because of Donald Trump's abortion bans. He calls it a beautiful thing. What is so beautiful about a child having to carry her parents' child?
Steve.
There are other survivors out there who have no options. And we see you. We hear you. Kamala Harris will sign a national law to restore the right to an abortion.
You're educating a lot of people. This part really is.
She will fight for every woman and every girl, even those who are not fighting for her. And now I am honored to introduce another champion for women, a leader who's fought for me and for so many others, Governor Andy Beshear.
Oh yeah, I forgot Andy Beshear is coming on. I wonder how Trump is going to deal with that segment. All right, so Governor Beshear, maybe he's the last one before Joe Biden. He's probably looking for something in the cabinet too. Let's find out. He was also a VP.
Hadley Duvall is one of the bravest people I've ever met. I'm amazed at the courage it takes to share her pain, to share her truth. Yet Donald Trump brags about tearing a constitutional right away from Hadley and every other woman and girl in our country. That's why we must tear away any chance he can ever be president ever again. In 21 states, Trump's actions have resulted in extreme bans on abortion in my state, even in cases of rape, incest, and non-viable pregnancies. That leaves 12-year-old girls like Hadley with no options. That fails any test of humanity, any test of basic decency, any test of whether you have any underlying empathy. Thankfully, this extremism is being soundly rejected all over our country. In Kentucky, we put reproductive freedom on the ballot last November, and I beat Donald Trump and Mitch McConnell's hand-picked candidate by more than 5 percentage points. This November, we're going to beat them again. Elect Kamala Harris and Tim Walz and protect reproductive freedom. Folks, Donald Trump appointed the Supreme Court justices who got us into this mess. His Project 2025 goes even further. Here's the thing. Trump and Vance simply don't believe in your freedom. Trump says people are absolutely thrilled that women have their basic rights eliminated. J.D. Vance says women should stay in violent marriages and that pregnancies resulting from rape are simply inconvenient. Their policies give rapists more rights than their victims. That's not inconvenient, it's just plain wrong. And a woman grieving a non-viable pregnancy shouldn't be required to carry it to term just to listen to her child die or to hear no sound at all. All women should have the freedom to make their own decisions. Freedom over their own bodies, freedom about whether to pursue IVF, freedom about whether to have children at all. How we treat people transcends party lines. It goes right to the heart of who we are. My faith teaches me the golden rule that I am to love my neighbor as myself. And the parable of the Good Samaritan says we are all each other's neighbors. So I want anyone watching tonight, Republican, Independent, Democrat, to know that you are welcome here.
All voting people.
We believe in America where we live out our values, end anger politics once and for all, and move beyond this us versus them by remembering we are all Americans.
And all in this together.
That's how Joe Biden and Kamala Harris lead. They both called to ask how they could help Kentucky in recovering from natural disasters. They helped us improve our roads, our bridges, and invested in our people. They didn't ask me who Kentuckians voted for. They asked me what Kentuckians needed, and folks, they delivered.
That's good.
Kamala Harris gets it. She knows we must move beyond anger, extremism, and division, that everyone has dignity and deserves respect.
Mm-hmm.
America, we're going to win. And we're going to win by staying true to our values of compassion, empathy, and doing right by our neighbors. I'm so proud to be all in for the next president of the United States, Kamala Harris. Thank you.
Governor Bashir, he was also one of the ones that they were thinking about being Kamala's running mate. So now maybe Joe Biden? President Joe Biden. Sorry about
Please
that.
welcome Georgia Senator Raphael Warnock.
And they're putting all these people up there that will potentially run for another office. These well liked too. You're watching Keeping It Honest. Yours truly, Anthony Parker Alexander.
Well, hello, America. Thank you so very much. On January 5th, 2021, the people of Georgia did an amazing thing. They sent a black kid who grew up in public housing and the Jewish son of an immigrant to the United States Senate in one fell swoop.
Yeah. Okay, yes, you here.
And among those Georgians was my then 82-year-old mother. She grew up in Waycross, Georgia. Do you know where that is? It's Waycross, Georgia. She grew up in Waycross, Georgia, where she picked other people's cotton and other people's tobacco. But because this is America, the 82-year-old hands that used to pick somebody else's cotton and somebody else's tobacco picked her youngest son to be a United States Senator.
He was around that long that she used to pick cotton. Wow. And his son is senator.
This is my America. Thank you, Mom. Thank you, Georgia. Thank you, America, for raising your voice and using your vote. A vote is a kind of prayer for the world we desire for ourselves, and for our children, and our prayers are stronger when we pray together.
Amen. Amen.
And so together we flipped the Senate, held the House, and we sent Joe Biden and Kamala Harris to the White House. Together we vaccinated our citizens, we fortified our cities and our towns, and we stood by our small businesses. Together we set out to heal the land. A nation besieged by a deadly pandemic and beset by the awful and divisive rhetoric of a man too small for the office entrusted him or the task set before him.
Too small for the office.
The day after my January 5th election, he instigated an insurrection, a violent assault on our nation's capital and the peaceful transfer of power, all driven by the big lie. But behind the big lie was an even bigger lie.
What's that?
It is the lie that this increasingly diverse American electorate does not get to determine the future of the country. The lie and the logic of January 6th is a sickness. It is a kind of cancer that then metastasized into dozens of voter suppression laws all across our country. And we must be vigilant tonight because these anti-democratic forces are at work right now in Georgia and all across our country. And the question is, who will heal the land?
Is he going to say Project 2025 in this?
And so here we are, America. Are you ready?
Amen.
Are you ready to stand up in this moral moment? Stand up for the best in the American covenant. Elections are about the character of a country. And we must decide, again, we are the latest generation of Americans who get to decide what kind of country we want to be. And we must choose between the promise of January 5th and the peril of January 6th. A nation that embraces all of us or just some of us. Donald Trump's America is the America of January 6th.
Wow.
People who have no vision traffic in division. He does not know how to lead us, and so he wants to divide us. America, make no mistake, Donald Trump is a plague on the American conscience.
Plague on the American country. Donald Trump. That's what he's saying. Wow.
He is a clear and present threat to the precious covenant we share with one another. And yes, I saw him holding the Bible
Upside down.
and endorsing a Bible as if it needed his endorsement.
Wasn't it upside down?
He should try reading it.
Oh. Keeping it honest.
It says, do justice, love kindness, and walk humbly with your God. He should try reading it. It says, love your neighbor as yourself. It says, inasmuch as you've done it unto the least of these, you have done it also unto me.
Amen. Everybody use that as their covenant.
I choose the American covenant. E pluribus unum, out of many one. I choose January 5th. I choose a nation that provides a path for ordinary people and gives every child a chance. And that's Joe Biden's America. And he's been fighting for it for more than a half
50 years.
century. President Biden, America is so much better because of you, a true patriot who has always put the people first.
Where is Joe?
Thank you, Joe.
Where is Joe? Thank you, Joe, but where is Joe? But where is Joe? Where is Joe? Keeping it honest, yours truly, Anthony Parker, Alexander.
But I'll tell you something else. Not only is that Joe Biden's America, that's Kamala Harris's America. She was leading with Joe Biden when we expanded the child tax credit, cutting child poverty in America nearly in half. We ought to renew it.
Is she getting it?
She cast a tie-breaking vote for my bill, capping the cost of insulin to no more than $35 per month for seniors.
I've heard that before.
We ought to extend it to everybody.
Yes.
Together we passed an infrastructure bill, bolstered American manufacturing and clean energy, an investment in the house that we all share together.
Mm-hmm.
And I've got news for you. We are just getting started. Are you ready to win this election? Kamala Harris and Tim Walz represent the new way forward. We're not going back.
Not going back. We'll keep hearing. Not going back. Not going back.
We are the United States of America. We always dream about the future. And so forward on women's reproductive rights, because we believe that a patient's room is too small and cramped a space for a woman, her doctor, and the United States government. That's too many people in the room. Forward on worker rights. Because most people do not mind working. They just want to share in the prosperity that they are creating for others. Forward
Amen.
on voting rights. Forward on affordable housing and access to health care. We are moving forward.
Yes, we are. Carefully. No matter who's president.
And so I'm inspired tonight. I'm inspired by all of you. I'm inspired by the resilience of an American spirit that has rebounded from the pandemic and is holding at bay the forces that are trying to divide us. And I'm inspired tonight by the memory of my late father, a preacher and a junk man.
Mm-hmm.
Monday through Friday, he lifted old broken cars and put them on the back of an old rig. But on Sunday morning, the man who lifted broken cars lifted broken people whom other people had discarded and told them that they were God's somebody.
Mm.
My dad discovered strength in the broken places, a power made perfect in weakness. And so I'm convinced tonight that we can lift the broken even as we climb.
Amen.
I'm convinced tonight that we can heal sick bodies. We can heal the wounds that divide us. We can heal a planet in peril. We can heal the land. And in a strange way, the pandemic taught us how. A contagious airborne disease means that I have a personal stake in the health of my neighbor. If she's sick, I may get sick also. Her health care is good for my health. I'm just trying to tell you that we are as close in our humanity as a cough. I need my neighbor's children to be okay so that my children will be okay. I need all of my neighbor's children to be okay. Poor inner city children in Atlanta and poor children of Appalachia. I need the poor children of Israel and the poor children of Gaza. I need Israelis and Palestinians. I need those in the Congo, those in Haiti, those in Ukraine. I need American children on both sides of the track to be okay.
One of the biggest
We are all
blogs.
God's children. And so let's stand together. Let's work together. Let's organize together. Let's pray together. Let's stand together. Let's heal the land. God bless you.
Woo.
Keep the faith.
Keep the faith. Everybody's on here auditioning. Because remember, Obama did it. Anytime there's a convention, everybody puts out their best. That was the best.
Please welcome Delaware Senator Chris Coons.
Okay, let's see about this one. Chris Coons. Keeping it honest, yours truly, Anthony Parker. Where is Joe?
Good evening, folks. Good evening, America. Good evening, Chicago. Are there any Democrats in the room tonight?
Question is, are there any Republicans?
Folks, we are on the verge of making history. We are on the verge of an historic election. And I want to talk with you for just a few minutes about my dear friend, our president, Joe Biden.
I think he's introducing him.
Joe Biden's mom had a saying: you are defined by your courage and you are redeemed by your loyalty. 4 years ago, I had the honor of helping introduce Joe Biden to our national convention.
Oh, wow.
I spoke about Joe's faith, his love of family, his determination to restore the soul of our nation. Back in 2020, America was nearly flat on our back from a deadly pandemic, an economic collapse, and then in January, an assault on our democracy. All of this, because the drama and chaos of our former president had knocked us down. But folks, Joe Biden's courage, Joe Biden's faith in us, Joe Biden's determination to heal the soul of our nation gave us hope and gave us confidence. Someone who has himself been knocked down by life time and again. Joe Biden knows the grit and determination of the American people. He believed in us, and Joe Biden helped us get back up again. Using the incredible skills he developed in many years in the U.S. Senate, Joe got passed and signed into law the most consequential legislation of any president in 60 years, helping our veterans, advancing gun safety, cutting prescription drug prices, fighting climate change, rebuilding bridges and broadband, bringing manufacturing back to America. Together, Joe and Kamala helped rebuild our economy from the middle up, from the bottom up, and the middle out, not from the top down. And they made our families safer and our country stronger at home and abroad. Today, we are so much better off because they believed in us in our democracy. And our incredible First Lady, Jill Biden.
Yeah, come on, hater.
Incredible First Lady,
Joe Biden haters.
Jill Biden.
Come on. Applaud.
Our incredible First Lady, Jill Biden.
Wait a minute, she might be talking next.
Was at Joe's side every step of the way, fighting for education, advancing the cancer moonshot, determined to improve women's health care, honoring military families. Joe and Jill together, you have done so much for us. And there's so much more you will do and we can do together. Mr. President, thank you. Thank you for elevating a great leader in Kamala Harris.
You did give her a chance. You have to give him credit.
Vice President Harris, thank you for choosing a great running mate with a heart for the middle class like yours in Sergeant, Congressman, Coach, Governor,
Sergeant.
Tim Walz. I have hope. Do you? I have hope. Do you? I have hope. Do you? And it is in no small part because of Joe Biden. I have never known a more compassionate man.
I forget he is a good
Joe
friend
Biden.
of Joe's.
I have never known a man who has taken from his own loss and his own faith and delivered so much for the future of so many others. Mr. President, you were my senator as a Delawarean. You are my president as an American, and you will always be my friend.
Here we go.
On behalf of our nation, Joe, for your courage in fighting for our democracy, we thank you.
It was nice coming from a friend. I forget how much Joe has been through family tragedy.
On behalf of our Democratic Party, for your loyalty in fighting for our democratic values, we thank you. And on behalf of Delaware, thank you, Joe, and God bless you. We love you. We love Joe. We love Joe. We love Joe. We love Joe. Thank you all.
It was
we
nice.
love Joe. God bless you, and thank you very much.
All right, maybe he's not going to introduce Joe Biden. I think maybe Jill Biden's coming in, and she's going to introduce Joe Biden. Let us see. Watching Keeping It Honest.
Hi, I'm Vivian Weirwell, and I'm a 4th grade student at Kristen McAuliffe. I've been bouncing around all week excited for this moment, and last night I could barely sleep.
Jill Biden.
I remember the day that we heard that President Biden had won, and the whole neighborhood started celebrating. So when I heard you were coming, I really wanted to meet you. I adore you because you embrace change from my generation and the ones to come. I look up to you.
Joe Biden. This will be her last big public appearance. Some people say she ran the country.
Now it is my honor to introduce our First Lady, Dr. Jill Biden.
And here she comes in the last big appearances. Dr. Jill Biden.
Please welcome First Lady of the United States, Jill Biden.
Some people love her, some people hate her, some people say when Jill was stumbling, she kept pushing and making him look bad. He may eventually miss this power more than Jill. I bet she's soaking it in.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Love you too. Joe and I have been together for almost 50 years.
He was good too for being
And
around
still,
husband.
there are moments
years.
when I fall in love with him all over again.
It's great.
Like when I handed him our baby Ashley for the first time and saw the smile that lit up his face. Or on nights after an exhausting day working in the Senate, when he would read one more bedtime story just because the kids asked. When he stops on a rope line because he sees someone grieving who needs to know that everything is going to be all right one day. Or to encourage that child with a stutter to find the confidence she needs. Those moments when I'm reminded of all he's accomplished in the name of something bigger than himself.
Mm-hmm.
Receiving the Medal of Freedom with humility. Placing his hand on our family Bible to take his oath of office. And weeks ago, when I saw him dig deep into his soul and decide to no longer seek re-election and endorse Kamala Harris.
Interesting moment for him.
With faith and conviction, Joe knows that our nation's strength doesn't come from intimidation or cruelty. It comes from the small acts of kindness that heal deep wounds, from service to the communities that make us who we are, from love of a country that shines with promise and renewal. Kamala Harris knows that too. Our son Beau first worked with Kamala when he was Attorney General of Delaware. He told me at the dinner table one night, "Mom, she's special, someone to keep your eye on." And he was right. Joe and I know Kamala. We have seen her courage, her determination, and her leadership up close. Kamala and Tim, you will win.
He's always going to touch his chest.
And you are inspiring a new generation. We are all a part of something bigger than ourselves, and we are stronger than we know. The future of our country is in the hands of those in this room and all of you watching at home. It's going to take all of us, and we can't afford to lose. With faith in each other, hope for a brighter future, and love for our country, we will fight and we will win together. Thank you.
That's it? Wow. So now, what if she ran for office? Imagine a little bit of Hillary Clinton too. Keeping it honest. Joe Biden coming up next, I think. Jill. Why
Please
wouldn't she
welcome
introduce?
first daughter, Ashley Biden.
Jill wouldn't introduce her husband, so I guess his daughter is going to introduce her dad. All right. I don't know who she is, but I guess
Good evening.
I'll find out.
I have this memory. It's the eve of my 8th birthday. Dad is still in DC, tending to urgent matters in the Senate. That night, as a surprise, Mom told me, Bo, and Hunter to get in the car. I remember pulling up to the Wilmington Amtrak station, riding up the escalator to the platform. The train stops, doors open, and Dad steps out. As soon as I saw him, I run down that platform and jump into his arms. Like magic, Mom brought out a cake, they sang happy birthday, and I blew out the candles. Dad hugged me, and he said that he had to get back to work. He crossed to the southbound train, and off he went to DC. That was a snapshot of one moment, of one day, on this extraordinary journey of being Joe Biden's daughter.
Didn't really have a lot of flying forward, looked like, but he did enough to give her a hug.
Joe Biden is the OG girl dad.
There you go.
He told me I could be anything and I could do anything. As a child, I would sit on the leather chair in his office doing my homework, and he would sit next to me doing his work, drafting the Violence Against Women Act.
Not a word.
And he wasn't just a girl dad. I could see, and he wasn't just a girl dad, I could see that he valued and trusted women.
Okay.
How he listened to his mother, how he believed in his sister, and most of all, how he respected my mother's career. Dad was always there, doing everything he could to be a true partner to her. Dad, you always tell us, but we don't tell you enough, that you are the love of our lives and the life of our love.
Love of our lives, the lives of our love. I like that. Beautiful.
I had my wedding reception in my parents' backyard. At the time, my dad was vice president. But he was also that dad who literally set up the entire reception. He was riding around in his John Deere four-wheeler, fixing the place settings, arranging the plants, and by the way, he was very emotional. I thought that I would be a mess, but he was the one crying, and I was the one who had to comfort him. Before he walked me down the aisle, he turned to me and said that he would always be my best friend. All these years later, Dad, you are still my best friend.
All right. Well,
His example in service inspired my career. I'm a social worker in Philadelphia.
woo-hoo. Woo-hoo.
I support formerly incarcerated women as they heal from past trauma and they reclaim their lives.
All right. That's great.
Dad always told me that I was no better than anybody else and nobody was better than me. He taught me that everyone deserves a fair shot and that we shouldn't leave anyone behind. That's what you learn from a fighter who has been underestimated his entire life. When I look at Dad, I see grace, strength, and humility. I see one of the most consequential leaders ever in history. And I also know that he never stops thinking about you, about your dreams, about your dignity, about your opportunities, about your family. Dad knows that family is everything.
Mm-hmm.
When Hunter and I lost our brother Bo to cancer in 2015, the grief and the pain felt like it might never end. Dad had the capacity to step out of his own pain and absorb ours.
9 years ago.
And I know that Bo is here with us tonight, as he is always with us. After Bo passed, I got this tattoo on my wrist. It says, "Courage, dear heart." A reminder to myself to keep going, to get back up, like my dad has always done. He has taught me that a courageous heart is a miraculous thing. A courageous heart can heal a family. A courageous heart can heal a nation, and maybe even the world. And now, this election requires the courageous hearts of all of us. In 2020, my dad selected Kamala Harris to beat Donald Trump. And he knows in 2024, she will beat Donald Trump again.
All right. We believe.
So tonight, I am asking you, if you stood with us in 2020, call upon your courageous heart. Stand with us today. Work harder than you have ever worked before in your life. This is the fight of our lifetime. Our freedom, our democracy, our reproductive rights. All of it is on the ballot. And I know together we can do this because my dad helped show us the way.
Is she introducing
And now,
her dad?
I would like to introduce
Here he comes.
my father, your 46th President of the United States, Joe Biden.
And here he comes. Joe Biden, over 50 years of service. And now he's doing his farewell dance, I guess, to him, and passing that baton over. You're watching, keeping it honest. Yours truly, Anthony Parker Alexander. Let me know what you think of the show so far. We've been on for some hours. It looks like he's crying. Let's pray he has the grace. Please. One of the last times we'll see him speaking to this many people. So to love to Joe Biden. We love you, Joe. We love you, Joe. You got to do your dream. Make it so, Joe. Make it so. Make it so. This is the first night for the Democratic convention. And he won't see Joe no more this week. He decided to back out. Let's give him all the cheers he deserves. President Biden, we thank you. Oh gosh, she's doing the hard thing too. Man, everybody does that.
Thank you.
What if he would have been running? He backed down.
Thank you.
Let's go, Joe.
Thank you.
Let's go, Joe. He's getting that applause.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
We've been on almost 4.5 hours at the Democratic Convention. Let me know what you think. Told you it would be a long one. But it was worth it because we got Joe. I hope we have Joe. We're going to be talking.
I love you. Thank you.
They're giving him all the acclaim.
Thank you. That's my daughter.
There you go.
Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. These people, no matter what, especially they do love Joe.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you.
He was in the White House for 12 years.
I tell you what.
Mm-hmm. 2 terms as a VP under Barack and 1 term under
My
him.
dearest daughter Ashley, God love you, you're incredible. Thank you for the introduction and for being my courageous heart, along with Hunter and our entire family, and especially our rock, Jill.
Mm-hmm. We love Jill. That's good. That's great.
Those of you who know us, she still leaves me both breathless and speechless. Everybody knows her. I love her more than she loves me.
Mm-hmm.
She walks down the stairs and I still get that going boom, boom, boom. Y'all will know me. No, I'm kidding. Let's give a special round of applause to our First Lady, Jill Biden.
Boom, boom, boom. Joe Biden. All right, let's go to the camera tour or no? Yeah, there you go. Great hair.
My dad used to have an expression, for real. He'd say, Joey, family is the beginning, the middle, and the end. And I love you all. Folks. And America, I love you.
Mm-hmm. All right, Joe.
Folks, let me ask you.
They're never going to let him even start.
Let me ask you. Are you ready to vote for freedom? Are you ready to vote for democracy and for America? Let me ask you, are you ready to elect Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, President and Vice President of the United States?
Boy, Tim's excited.
My fellow Democrats, my fellow Americans, nearly 4 years ago, in winter, on the steps of the Capitol, on a cold January day, I raised my right hand and I swore an oath to you and to God to preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution and to faithfully execute the office of the President of the United States. In front of me was the city surrounded by the National Guard. Behind me, a Capitol just 2 weeks before had been overrun by a violent mob. What I knew then,
Yes.
from the bottom of my heart, that I knew now, there is no place in America for political violence. None.
He has had an interesting tenure.
You cannot say you love your country only when you win.
That's going to be a quote. You cannot say you love your country only when you win.
In that moment, I wasn't looking to the past. I was looking to the future. I spoke of the work at hand, the moment we had to meet. It was, as I told you then, a winter of peril and possibility. Of peril and possibility. We're in the grip of a once-in-a-century pandemic, historic joblessness, a call for racial justice long overdue, clear and present threats to our very democracy. Thank you.
Here we go again. With Nancy Pelosi, who supposedly was the one that said, "Get out, go. Get out, go."
Yet I believe then, and I believe now, that progress was and is possible. Justice is achievable. And our best days are not behind us, they're before us.
Yes, we agree with that.
Now it's summer. The winter is past. And with a grateful heart, I stand before you now on this August night to report that democracy has prevailed. Democracy has delivered. And now democracy must be preserved.
Yes. What is democracy? It's freedom. Oh, it's Kamala's slogan.
You've heard me say it before. We're facing an inflection point. One of those rare moments in history when the decisions we make now will determine the fate of our nation and the world for decades to come. That's not hyperbole. I mean it literally. We're in a battle for the very soul of America. I ran for president in 2020 because of what I saw in Charlottesville in August of 2017.
That's what he says.
Extremists coming out of the woods, carrying torches, their veins bulging from their necks, carrying Nazi swastikas, and chanting the same exact anti-Semitic bile that was heard in Germany in the early 30s. Neo-Nazis, white supremacists, the Ku Klux Klan, so emboldened by a president then in the White House that they saw as an ally. They didn't even bother to wear their hoods. Hate was on the march in America. Old ghosts and new garments, stirring up the oldest divisions, stoking the oldest fears, giving oxygen to the oldest forces that they had long sought to tear apart America. In the process, a young woman was killed. When I contacted her mother, I asked about what happened. She told me. When the president was asked what he thought had happened, Donald Trump said, and I quote, "There are very fine people on both sides."
You remember that?
God.
You remember that?
That's what he said.
He did say that, though.
That is what he said and what he meant. That's when I realized I had to listen to the admonition of my dead son.
He says that part,
I could
too.
not stay in the sidelines. So I ran.
Thought to try about his son. And that was the deciding factor of why he ran.
Because I had no intention of running again. I just lost part of my soul.
With his son passing.
But I ran with a deep conviction. In America, I know and believe in an America where honesty dignity, decency still matter. And America, where everyone has a fair shot and hate has no safe harbor.
Mm.
An America where the fundamental creed of this nation, that all of us are created equal, is still very much alive. And a broad coalition of Americans joined with me. 81 million voters voted for us.
A lot of people.
More than any time in all of history. Because of all of you in this room and others, we came together in 2020 to save democracy.
Did you guys save it? Because are we on the edge of losing it again?
As your president, I've been determined to keep America moving forward, not going back.
Not going back.
To stand against hate and violence in all its forms. To be a nation where we not only live with but thrive on diversity. Demonizing no one, leaving no one behind, and becoming the nation that we profess to be.
Mm.
I also ran to rebuild the backbone of America, the middle class.
Mm-hmm. The middle class.
I made a commitment to you that I be a president for all Americans, whether you voted for me or not.
Mm-hmm.
We have done that. Studies show the major bills we have passed actually delivered more to red states than blue. Because the job of the president is to deliver to all of America.
All America.
Because of you, and I'm not exaggerating, because of you, we've had one of the most extraordinary 4 years of progress ever. Period.
2.5 years. Yeah.
When I say we, I mean Kamala and me.
Mm-hmm. Don't forget Kamala.
Just think about it. COVID no longer controls our lives. We've gone from economic crisis to the strongest economy in the entire world. Record 16 million new jobs. Record small business growth. Record high stock market. Record high 401ks. Wages up and inflation down, way down, and continuing to go down. The smallest racial wealth gap in 20 years. And yes, we both know we have more to do, but we're moving in the right direction. More Americans have peace of mind that comes from having health insurance. More Americans have health insurance today than ever before in American history. And after, as a young senator beginning to fight for 50 years to give Medicare the power to negotiate low prescription drug prices, we finally beat Big Pharma.
Yeah. You think?
And guess who cast the tie-breaking vote?
Kamala.
Vice President, soon-to-be President Kamala Harris.
This will be interesting to see her
And now
moving
it's
forward.
the law of the land. Instead of paying $400 a month for insulin, seniors with diabetes will pay $35 a month.
$35 a month.
The law we passed already includes, starting in January, every senior's total prescription cost can be capped at $2,000 no matter how expensive the drugs they have. And what we don't focus on, and our Republican friends don't seem to understand, our reforms don't just save seniors money, they save the American taxpayers money. You know what we just passed saved?
What?
It saved $160 billion over the next decade. That's not hyperbole. It's because Medicare no longer has to pay those exorbitant prices to the Big Pharma.
Mhm.
But look, oh, thank you, Kamala, too. Look, folks,
Trying to see what he's saying.
how can we have the strongest economy in the world without the best infrastructure in the world? Donald Trump promised infrastructure week every week for 4 years, and he never built a damn thing.
Mm. All right, Joe. Mhm. Keeping it honest.
But now, because of what Kamala and I have done, remember we were told we couldn't get it done. Remember when we came into office, we couldn't get anything passed? But right now, we're giving America an infrastructure decade, not week.
Mhm.
We're modernizing our roads, our bridges, our ports, our airports, our trains, our buses. Removing every lead pipe from schools and homes so every child can drink clean water. Providing affordable high-speed internet for every American, no matter where they live, not unlike what Roosevelt did with electricity.
Mm.
And so much more. We are uniting the country. We're growing our economy. We're improving our quality of life. And we're building a better America. Because that's who we are. How can we be the strongest nation in the world without leading the world in science and technology? After years of importing 90% of our semiconductor chips from abroad, which America invented those chips. Our Chips and Science Act meant that private companies from around the world are now investing literally tens of billions of dollars to build new chip factories right here in America.
Mm.
And over that period, they'll create tens of thousands of jobs. And many of those jobs in the so-called fabs, the buildings that make the chips, that's being constructed now. And guess what?
What?
The average salary in those fabs, size of a football field,
Mm.
will be over $100,000 a year, and you don't need a college degree.
Whoa. Sounds like a great job.
Because of you and so many electeds out there. American manufacturing is back. Where the hell to say we wouldn't lead the world in manufacturing? 800,000 new manufacturing jobs. Our Republican friends and others made sure they'd go abroad to get the cheapest labor. We used to import products and export jobs. Now we export American products and create American jobs right here in America.
All right. That's
where
great.
jobs belong. With every new job, with every new factory, pride and hope is being brought back to communities throughout the country that were left behind. You know you're from them, many of you. You know what it's like when that factory closed, where your mother, your father, your grandmother, grandfather worked. And now you're back, providing once again, proving that Wall Street didn't build America. The middle class built America, and unions built the middle class.
And we will be fact checking everything he says. So stay tuned.
It's been my view since I came to the Senate. That's why I'm proud that I've been the first president to walk a picket line.
Then he did do that. UAW.
And be labeled the most pro-union president in history, and I accept it.
Mm-hmm.
That's a fact.
Where's Kamala in this, Lyndon?
Because when unions do well, we all do well.
Mm.
You got it, man. You got it. agree. I'm proud. Look, remember I told we couldn't get anything done because we couldn't get anything done in the Congress? Well, with your support, we passed the most significant climate law in the history of mankind. Worth $370 billion. Cutting carbon emissions in half by 2030. Launching a climate corps, similar to AmeriCorps and Peace Corps, creating tens of thousands of jobs for young people of the future who are going to make sure this continues. Creating hundreds of thousands of jobs in clean energy for American workers, including the IBEW installing 500,000 charging stations all across America.
They're trying that for real.
And in the process, reducing carbon emissions. And we're seeing it. We're seeing to it that the first beneficiaries of environmental initiatives are those fence-lined communities that have been smothered by the legacy of pollution. Louisiana and Delaware, Route 9, all the factories, all those chemical factories are right next to the poorest neighborhoods. They're the ones we're going to bring back.
Whoa, that sounds scary.
And how? How can we be the greatest nation in the world without the best education system in the world?
Yeah.
Donald Trump and the Republican friends, they not only can't think, they can't read very well.
Ouch. Uh-oh.
Seriously, think about it.
Be careful.
Look at their Project 2025.
There we go.
Want to do away with the Department of Education. Well, during the pandemic, Kamala and I helped states and cities get back their schools back open. And we gave public school teachers a raise.
That's great.
We created apprenticeships with businesses and communities, putting students on a path to a good paying job, whether or not they go to college. And by the way, we're making college a hell of a lot more affordable. Increasing Pell Grants by $900.
That part is good.
Over $15 billion to HBCUs. Minority service education.
That's great too.
Including Hispanic institutions and tribal colleges. We kept our commitment to provide more student relief than ever by lifting the burden of helping millions of families so they can get married, start a family, buy a home, and begin to build family wealth and contribute to the community and grow our economy. It's not costing us, it's creating more wealth. We fundamentally transformed how our economy grows, from the middle out and the bottom up instead of the top down.
Okay. I think I understand that.
My dad used to say there wasn't a whole hell of a lot to drop down on my kitchen table at the end of the month. I come from a basic middle-class family, 3-bedroom house, 4 kids, a grandpa living with us, decent neighborhood, but never a penny to spare. And look, that top-down notion never worked. A lot of Democrats didn't think it worked, thought it worked, but it doesn't. And when we did all that, what we've done, everybody can do well. Everybody. Donald Trump calls America a failing nation. No, I'm serious.
I'm serious.
Think about this. He publicly says to the whole world, I'm going to say something outrageous. I know more foreign leaders by their first names and know them well than anybody alive. Just because I'm so damn old. But I'm not joking. Think of the message he sends around the world when he talks about America being a failing nation. He says we're losing. He's the loser. He's dead wrong.
Okay. Because you know what's going to talk about you if you talk about him. And it's all out in dignity.
Many of you are very successful people who travel the world. Name me a country in the world that doesn't think we're the leading nation in the world. Without America, not a joke, think about it. I'm being literal. Who could lead the world other than the United States of America? Well, guess what?
I hope it's just us.
America's winning, and the world's better off for it. America's more prosperous, and Americans are safer today than under Donald Trump. Trump continues to lie about crime in America, like everything else. Guess what? On his watch, the murder rate went up 30%, the biggest increase in history. Meanwhile, we made the largest investment, Kamala and I, in public safety ever. Now, the murder rate is falling faster than any time in history. Violent crime has dropped to the lowest level in more than 50 years. And crime will keep coming down when we put a prosecutor in the Oval Office instead of a convicted felon.
Felon prosecutor. Well, if he wouldn't have been convicted, what would you guys call him now then? I just hate the name calling.
Distinguished senator from the C Senate from California and I passed the first ban on assault weapons. And guess what? It worked.
Mm.
If we care about public safety, we need to prevent gun violence. And what makes me ashamed when I travel the world, which I do, more children in America are killed by a gunshot than any other cause in the United States. More die from a bullet than cancer, accidents, or anything else in the United States of America. My God. That's why Kamala and I are proud. We beat the NRA when we passed the first major bipartisan gun safety law in 30 years.
That part's really good.
I'm serious. That comes from here. And now it's time to ban assault weapons again.
It's going to be interesting.
And demand universal background checks.
That part I do believe in.
It's hard. I never thought I'd stand before a crowd of Democrats and refer to a president as a liar so many times. No, I'm not trying to be funny.
Nope, okay.
It's sad. Trump continues to lie about the border. Here's what he won't tell you. Trump killed the strongest bipartisan border deal in the history of the United States. That we negotiated with the Senate Republicans, took 4 weeks. Once it passed, and they acknowledged the most expansive border change in American history. He called senators to say, don't support the bipartisan bill. He said it would help me politically and hurt him politically.
Mm-hmm.
My God. No, I'm serious. Think about it. Not a joke. Ask even the press who doesn't like me. They'll tell you that's true. Typically Trump, once again, putting himself first and America last. Then I had to take executive action. The result of the executive action I took, border encounters have dropped over 50%. In fact, there are fewer border crossings today than when Donald Trump left office. And unlike Trump, we will not demonize immigrants, saying they're the poison of blood of America. Poison the blood of our country. Kamala and I are committed to strengthening legal immigration, including protecting dreamers and more.
All right, we'll see how that works.
Here's what else I believe in. Protecting your freedom to vote, your freedom to love who you love. And your freedom to choose. In its decision overturning Roe v. Wade that you heard earlier tonight, the United States Supreme Court majority wrote the following, quote, women or not without electrical, not allowed, not without electoral or political power.
Uh-oh.
No kidding.
What?
MAGA Republicans found out the power of women in 2022. And Donald Trump is going to find out the power of women in 2024. Watch.
The power of women. That's true. Very powerful.
And where Trump and his mega Republican right-wingers seek to erase history, we Democrats continue to write history and make more history. I'm proud to have kept my commitment to appoint the first black woman in the United States Supreme Court. Ketanji Brown Jackson, a symbol for every young woman in America that you can do anything. I'm proud that I've kept my commitment to have an administration that looks like America and that taps in to the full talent of our nation. The most diverse cabinet in history, including the first black woman in South Asian descent to serve as vice president. And will soon serve as the 47th president of the United States.
How do you feel, Kamala? All this support.
She is good. Look. Thank you, Kamala.
Thank you, Joe.
Folks,
was her husband on the left?
Long said
and the running mate?
many obligations as a nation. But I got in trouble years ago for saying I'd make no apologies. We have only one truly sacred obligation: to prepare and equip those we send to war and care for them and their families when they come home and when they don't. That's why I'm so proud to have written and signed the PACT Act. One of the most significant laws ever, helping veterans and their families exposed to toxic materials like burn pits in Agent Orange. I was around during the Vietnam War.
Not funny, though.
It's hard. Nobody was able to prove that there's illness was a consequence of Agent Orange. And no one was able to prove initially that because they lived in burn pits like my son lived next to in Iraq for a year, that is the cause of their illness. But because of the PACT Act, a surviving spouse with 2 children is now eligible for a stipend of about $3,000 a month. And those children who lost a parent are eligible for tuition benefits to go to college and to get job training. It's already helping over 1 million veterans and their families just so far. Well, I love them, and I'm so proud of my son's service. We get it. But guess who doesn't get it?
Who?
And doesn't respect our veterans? We know from his own chief of staff, the 4-star General John Kelly, that Trump, when in Europe, would not go to the grave sites in France. The brave service members who gave their lives to this country. He called them suckers and losers. Who in the hell does he think he is?
Whoa.
Who does he think he is?
Oh, Biden getting mad.
There's no word for a person. They are not the words of a person not worthy of being commander-in-chief. Period. Not then, not now, and not ever. I mean that. I mean that from the bottom of my heart. Just as no commander-in-chief should ever bow down to a dictator, the way Trump bows down to Putin. I never have, and I promise you, Kamala Harris will never do it. will never bow down.
Mm. All right, you
When
let
Trump
me
left
know.
office, Europe and NATO was in tatters. Not a joke. America First doctrine changed our whole image in the world. Well, they gave the hours, about 190 hours sum total. Then my counterparts or heads of state in Europe to strengthen NATO. We did. We united Europe like it hadn't been united for years, adding Finland and Sweden to NATO. 10 days before he died, Henry Kissinger called and said, not since Napoleon has Europe not looked over their shoulder at Russia with dread until now.
Hmm.
Until now. Well, guess what?
What?
Putin thought he'd take Kyiv in 3 days. 3 years later, Ukraine is still free.
Yes, it is. We're still fighting.
When I came to office, the conventional wisdom was that China would inevitably surpass the United States. They haven't noticed. No one's saying that now.
Mm-hmm. With China and Russia, I guess they're watching
And
us.
we'll keep working to bring hostages home and end the war in Gaza and bring peace and security to the Middle East.
That's what people want. So,
as you know, I wrote a peace treaty for Gaza. A few days ago, I put forward a proposal that brought us closer to doing that than we've done since October 7th. We're working around the clock, my Secretary of State, to prevent a wider war and reunite hostages with their families and surge humanitarian health and food assistance into Gaza now.
mm-hmm.
To end
You're right. He wants to end
the
it.
civilian suffering of the Palestinian people. And finally deliver a ceasefire and end this war.
I wonder how did the protesters outside feel? They're going to make them more for Kamala or less. But this is what Joe Biden wants.
Those protesters out in the street, they have a point. A lot of innocent people are being killed on both sides.
Oh, you say both sides.
Just as we worked around the clock to bring home wrongfully detained Americans and others from Russia in one of the most complicated swaps in history.
Yes, that's
but
true.
they're home. Kamala and I are going to keep working to bring all Americans wrongfully detained around the world home.
No.
I mean it. Folks, I've got 5 months left in my presidency.
5 months?
I've got a lot to do.
What you going to do? You got a lot to
I
do.
intend to get it done.
A lot to do. You intend to get it done. You're going to find out everything you want to do.
It's been the honor of my lifetime to serve as your president. I love the job, but I love my country more.
Mm.
I love my country more.
That's why you stepped down? Still don't understand.
And all this talk about how I'm angry at all those people who said I should step down. That's not true.
Let him finish, though. He was on to something. Why did he
I
step
love
down?
my country more, and we need to preserve our democracy. In 2024, we need you to vote. We need you to keep the Senate. We need you to win back the House of Representatives. And above all, we need you to beat Donald Trump.
Is it all about Donald Trump?
Kamala and Tim, President
Here he goes.
and Vice President of the United States of America. Look, they'll continue to lead America forward, creating more jobs, standing up for workers, growing the economy, lower the cost to American families so they just have a little more breathing room. We've made incredible progress, but we have more work to do. And Kamala and Tim will continue to take on corporate greed and bring down cost of food. They'll keep taking on Big Pharma, making insulin $35 a month, not just for seniors, but for everyone in America. And capping prescription drug costs at a total of $2,000, not just for seniors, but for everyone.
Mm.
And folks, that's going to save America again tens of billions of dollars. Folks, they'll make housing more affordable, building 3 million new homes, providing $25,000 down payment assistance for the first-time home buyer, more than the 10 we approved. Donald Trump wants a new tax on imported goods, food, gas, clothing, and more. You know what that will cost the average family, according to the experts?
How much?
$3,900 a year in a tax. No, it's a fact. Kamala and Tim will make the child care tax credit permanent.
Mm.
Lifting millions of children out of poverty and helping millions of families get ahead. But you know what Trump has? He created the largest debt any president had in 4 years with his $2 trillion tax cut for the wealthy. Well, Trump has a new plan. He wants to provide a $5 billion tax cut for corporations that are very wealthy. Read it. Put us further in debt.
They read it.
And folks, you know we have 1,000 billionaires in America.
Wow.
You know what their average tax rate they pay?
4%.
8.2%.
Okay, twice as much. Ooh.
If we just increase our taxes, we propose to 25%, which isn't the highest tax rate even.
8 to 25%.
It would raise $500 billion new dollars over 10 years.
Mm.
They'd still be very wealthy. Look, Kamala and Tim are going to make them pay their fair share. They'll protect Social Security and Medicare. Trump wants to cut Social Security and Medicare. Kamala and Tim will protect your freedom. They'll protect your your right to vote. They'll protect your civil rights. And you know, Trump will do everything to ban abortion nationwide. Oh, he will.
Mm.
You know, Kamala and Tim will do everything they possibly can. That's why you have to elect the Senate and the House to restore Roe v. Wade.
Election time's almost here.
The ancient Greeks taught us that character is destiny. Character is destiny. For me and Jill, we know Kamala and Doug are people of character. It's been our honor to serve alongside them. And we know that Tim and Gwen Waltz are also people of great character.
Mm.
Selecting Kamala was the very first decision I made when I became our nominee. And it was the best decision I made my whole career.
How do you feel, Kamala?
We've not only gotten to know each other, we've become close friends. She's tough, she's experienced, and she has enormous integrity. Enormous integrity. Her story represents the best American story. And like many of our best presidents, she was also vice president.
There you go. There you go. That's a nice smile.
But she'll be a president.
All right.
Our children can look up to.
Biden smile.
She'll be a president respected by world leaders because she already is. She'll be a president we can all be proud of. And she will be an historic president who puts her stamp on America's future. This will be the first presidential election since January 6th. On that day, we almost lost everything about who we are as a country. And that threat, this is not hyperbole, that threat is still very much alive. Donald Trump says he will refuse to accept the election result if he loses again.
Did he say that? I thought he said he would.
He means it. Think about that. He's promising a bloodbath if he loses, in his words. And that he'll be a dictator on day one, in his own words. By the way, this sucker means it.
Whoa, call the name.
No, I'm not joking. Think about it. Anybody else said that in the past, you'd think he was crazy. He is crazy, but you'd think it was an exaggeration, but he means it. We can't let that happen. Folks, all of us carry a special obligation. Independents, Republicans, Democrats. We saved democracy in 2020, and now we must save it again in 2024.
What is democracy?
The vote of each of us cast this year will determine whether democracy and freedom will prevail. It's that simple. It's that serious. And the power is literally in your hands. History is in your hands. Not hyperbole. It's in your hands. America's future is in your hands. Let me close with this. Nowhere else in the world could a kid with a stutter and modest beginnings in Scranton, Pennsylvania, and Claymont, Delaware, grow up to sit behind the resolute desk in the Oval Office.
Amen.
That's because America is and always has been a nation of possibilities. Possibilities. We must never lose that. Never. Kamala and Tim understand that this nation must continue to be a place of possibilities, not just for the few of us, but for all of us. But join me in promising your whole heart to this effort, and where my heart will be. I promise I'll be the best volunteer Harrison Waltz has Cam ever seen.
There we go, Joe. The greatest volunteer.
As a part in the American story, for me and my family, there's a song that means a lot to us. It captures the best of who we are as a nation. The song is called American Anthem. There's one verse that stands out, and I can't sing worth a damn, so I'm not going to try. I'll just quote it. The work and prayers of centuries have brought us to this day. What shall our legacy be? What will our children say? Let me know in my heart when my days are through. America, America, I gave my best to you.
Amen. Woo-hoo. Way back to America, America, I gave my best to you. President Joe Biden, Joseph Biden. Democratic Convention, day number 1. Thank you, Joe.
I've made a lot of mistakes in my career, but I gave my best to you. For 50 years, like many of you, I've given my heart and soul to our nation. And I've been blessed a million times in return for the support of the American people. I've either been too young to be in the Senate because I wasn't 30 yet, and too old to stay as president. But I hope you know how grateful I am to all of you. I can honestly say, and I mean this from the bottom, give me my word as a Biden, I can honestly say I'm more optimistic about the future than I was when I was elected as a 29-year-old United States Senator.
Wow.
I mean it. Folks, we just have to remember who we are. We're the United States of America.
Yes, we are.
And there's nothing we cannot do when we do it together. God bless you all, and may God protect our troops.
God bless you. Donald Trump. What are you going to do now? You're seeing the first night, and you know they're going to be going after you a lot more. Well, there's his wife, Jill Biden. Wow. Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Joe. So what did you think? Joe Biden. He says he has more hope for the future now than he did when he pretty much came out and started his political office 50 years ago. There's a guy that throughout his family has been around the legacy. He's been around to change the country. Career politician. He was in it for 50 years. And there's Kamala. She's out there. They're giving each other a hug. He has literally passed the torch, said he'd be a great volunteer. And there's Mr. First Lady, or Vice President, First Lady, First Man. Sorry about that. And if Kamala wins, he'll be First Man. Yeah, there you go. So what'd you think about this? This was on. We've been doing this for literally 5 hours. A little bit over 5 hours. You're watching Keeping It Honest, Democratic National Convention, Day 1. If you have any questions or comments, you can email yours truly. It's parkerman2011 at gmail.com, parkerman2011 at gmail.com. You can leave me a message, 216-702-3718, 216-702-3718. Normally, we would be in the middle of Midnight at the Oasis, which is a show that we do literally every night at around this time. We give you the news of the day and we go into the news of the morning. This is a long convention. First time for me, first time for you. Longest show I've ever done. What I say, 5 hours? 5 hours. We got 3 more days of this. Our times may be a little bit different when we do the show. This is the first one. Talked a little bit about the demonstrators, showed you some demonstrators out there. Had different people on different sites giving their different perspectives. NBC News, we did. We've had a lot of people. We had AOC. We had Miss Clinton. So tomorrow, day 2, it is going to be Bill Clinton. President Clinton will be talking. The next day will be, let's see, Barack Obama. Oh, wait a minute. Barack Obama is the next one. Day 2. President Clinton is the next day. And there goes Biden with a granddaughter. This would probably be, again, one of the biggest speeches, probably the biggest speech of Biden's life, of his career. And was it a great farewell speech? Because he's not going to be around anymore, meaning out speaking to people unless it's about doing it for Kamala. What did you think about that? Did you really enjoy it? So what we're going to do is we're going to see what's happening. Again, seems like we're doing this station a lot, but what's happening again as far as people giving their reviews, other stations giving their reviews as far as this first night of the convention. So we're going to keep it honest. You're going to see this every night. You're going to see all these people who have talked. And it's going to be every night for the next 3 days. So, how do you feel about Miss Harris? You think, are you ready for her? Are you ready? So, I thank you too for supporting the show. Continue, like, subscribe, and please continue to subscribe. I really appreciate it. All right, so let me see. We're going to go to this one here. And we're going to see how this station analyzes this convention. We're operating this. And next time, make sure you got something to drink too. And maybe take a snack. Because boy, this was a lot going on tonight. AOC, excuse me, I think was the favorite, one of the favorites, but we had a lot of people. Yeah. So let's see. You think about this. He's just finishing right here. Speeding it up just a little bit. All right.
Reimagined as you see the family here on stage and those little waves.
So
you see Kamala Harris taking the mantle from President Biden. Lester,
it didn't.
There you go.
Maybe I'm wrong. It didn't feel like a farewell speech. It felt more like a State of the Union.
He's not trying to say goodbye forever, Lester. He's still got time in office, and he made that very clear.
And he wants to be a volunteer for this campaign.
He's still got work to do. And talking with people close to him, he is going to be a presence on the campaign trail to the degree that the campaign wants him to. As you're looking at him, still on stage, by the way, basking in this ovation. An emotional moment, not just for him, but for so many of his friends and allies, Lester. A 4-minute and 23-second ovation for President Biden when he walked on stage.
4 minutes.
And now here he is taking in these moments, if not a goodbye, Lester, at least a swan song and maybe the last huge speech of his political career.
Tom Yamas no doubt has a read in how this crowd took it in from down on the floor. Tom?
Yeah, Lester, I'll tell you this. It was an incredibly long speech, but the
Yeah, was it really long? So let's get an analyst of it besides me talking.
crowd here in Chicago was hanging on to the president's every word. You can see the signs. We love Joe, whosever idea that was, and the Democratic Party was pretty brilliant because it's created some very memorable shots here at this convention. Supporters all throughout the Union Center right here, the United Center, carrying those signs up. And again, I got to tell you, I mean, every part of that speech, the people here in this convention hall were supporting Joe Biden. They were clapping. There were people crying. There were people cheering. And again, at the end, I mean, when he wrapped that speech up with those lyrics from the song, you could hear everything. There are a small number of protesters. They have sort of gathered around me right now as we started this. But I would say they're a very, very, very minuscule part of this convention right now. It's a tiny population of people that are protesting right now. They're obviously protesting the war in Gaza and the U.S.'s role in that. But for the most part, there's joy, there's celebration on this floor. I'm going to send it back to you guys.
And as Hallie noted, this is night one of the Democratic National Convention. Our coverage continues from Chicago right after this break.
So far, again, what did you think? Hillary Clinton came on. AOC came on. Bashir came on. Joe Biden's daughter was there, and she spoke. Oh, yeah, Jill Biden was there. So many speeches. How do you compare this to, excuse me, the Republican convention? You got 3 more nights of this. Okay? 3 more nights. Thank you again for sending me comments. Let me see if I can pull one up real quick. This one's about Kamala's lead. Somebody said, what lead? That was Scott. And Patrick said, she's telling her, you too can get ahead. You just need to learn how to relax your throat. Okay, let's see if I can pull one more up real quick. And let's see. Here we go. This one's not a good one. Kamala's a drunk. Look it up. Well, they're being honest with what they say. Crazy Kamala Harris. Forget Boden. That's another video. Keeping it honest. Yours truly, Anthony Parker Alexander. Democratic Convention. Move on. What a long day.
Welcome back to our special coverage of the Democratic National Convention here on NBC. We just heard President Biden's keynote address. The president making a forceful case for why he wants Vice President Harris to take on former President Trump. A historic speech, really unlike anything we've seen in modern American history, with the president appearing on stage with Harris to pass the torch. Want to bring back our panel here. And Kristen, give us a sense what to watch for now. This was obviously a huge speech. This is night one. How does this mesh with what we're going to see over the next 3 nights?
Yeah.
It is incredible to think this is night one. President Biden and the First Lady will now go to California. They'll watch the rest of this convention on TV. Like the rest of us, we are going to hear from the biggest names, the biggest stars in the Democratic Party, including former President Barack Obama, former President Bill Clinton. I am told that former President Obama will view this as an all hands on deck moment. That's going to be his call to action. And then, of course, we're going to be hearing from Tim Walz, Governor Tim Walz, a chance for him to introduce himself to the American public. Of course, he's a teacher, he's a coach, he'll talk, I am told, in deeply personal tones. And then, of course, the big night, Thursday night, when we hear from Vice President Kamala Harris. My big question for that night, what I'll be watching for, does she build on and echo everything we heard from President Biden tonight, or does she find ways to carve out a separate path, a new path, from a policy perspective and also from her vision for the future?
Yeah, the platform here was completed before she came on board, so her fingerprints really aren't on that. So we will find out more about what her thinking is. Hallie?
To Kristen's point here, this is a moment for Kamala Harris to define who she is. People know her, of course, as the vice president, but not as the presidential nominee for the Democratic Party. And so, as one campaign source put it to me, the function of this week is to make that clear to the American public who exactly she is. So we'll be watching for her to do that with the speeches now really turning to focus on Kamala Harris. So many, look at the signage in the hall about Joe Biden. Thank you, Joe. We love you, Joe. That will likely shift throughout the course of this week to focus more on the vice president herself.
Yeah, because by the end of the week, it'll be like from "We love you, Joe" to "Let's go, Kamala." She will probably talk about how she worked with Joe and how they're transitioning now, and how she's just going to better maybe some of the things that her and Joe worked on to carry on that legacy to make it her own legacy. Maybe.
It's also been notable, very emotional for President Biden tonight. You saw him wiping away tears even before he opened his mouth to begin his remarks tonight as he hugged his daughter who introduced him there. Very resonant for him at this moment. But as much as tonight was a love letter to Joe Biden in many ways, Lester, as you've been saying, you also saw Donald Trump as the pinata here. You saw a number of Democrats going after him repeatedly in sharp terms of a departure from the sort of famous Michelle Obama line, when they go low, we go high. They went after him in attacking his policies and his positions here. The former president himself is on a battleground blitz this week. He is in a number of key swing states in what is the busiest week of his campaign so far, looking to cast Kamala Harris and Tim Walz as too liberal for the American people. But even as Mr. Trump's allies want to see him focus on policy and focus on that record, he is in many ways not doing that, instead going after her in deeply personal terms, Lester.
All right, Peter Alexander, tell us where you were watching all this and what you saw.
Lester, I tell you, there are thousands of Democrats who are going home tonight exhilarated, but perhaps exhausted as well. And before we go, there's also time for one quick fact check. The former president, Donald Trump, repeatedly saying that President Biden would tonight try to reclaim the party's nomination. Clearly, that did not happen. Instead, not only heaping praise on Kamala Harris, but helping celebrate the things that the two of them accomplished together.
So Donald Trump is saying that Joe Biden was trying to get back his presidency. Well, we know that didn't happen.
Lester, back to you.
All right, Peter Alexander, thank you. That concludes our coverage of the first night of the Democratic National Convention. Join Samantha Guthrie and me tomorrow for the second night. That's tomorrow at 10 p.m. Eastern, right here on NBC. We'll also have a full wrap-up tomorrow on Today and on NBC Nightly News.
So, wow, there you go. Man. Whew. That's funny. So I guess Donald Trump didn't try to not call out lies or innuendos. And Donald Trump has to decide what he wants to do. But we've seen him in office before, and we've seen he's his own man. So Joe now, I guess you could say, is officially gone. And by Thursday, Kamala, she's officially the nominee going up against Trump. So what did you think? We did 5.5 hours, a little bit, of this. We'll be on tomorrow. So check your notifications. But it'll be day 2. And day 2, it will be, if I'm correct again, let me make sure, Barack Obama. So he's coming, I think, really, as the old Obama. Man. So you can watch our shorts, you can watch our longs. Our shorts go from as short as 5 seconds to maybe long now, 5.5 hours. Wow. I always want to do a telethon, so this was a short version. So go to our Patreon page. That's our page where you can contribute. It's kind of like PBS. There's 3 tiers. You get on those tiers. It shows how much you can contribute. You can contribute as much as you want, as little as you want. But we appreciate you guys supporting us. We really do. As we grow, you grow. We're all a part of family. So thank you for this first debate night. Stay tuned for tomorrow. You'll have in your notifications, or just look out for us. Okay? We may not be on 5.5 hours. And what we did too, which I like, we'll do more tomorrow. You watched me, you watched us, we got some texts, then we watched some other streaming shows to see what they were doing and got different opinions, and that's what we do. So at the end of the day, you may not like everything, but hopefully you got something out of it. You were informed and entertained. And make sure you hit the like and the share button, and especially the subscribe. Keep us going. I'm Anthony Parker Alexander. Look for us throughout. You'll see our shorts and our longs till the next time we do a live show, which will be literally today. We will talk again. I'm Anthony Parker. Keep your head up. Never look down. Always believe in yourself, and therein will lie your answer. You're watching. Keep it honest with yours truly, Anthony Parker Alexander, Democratic Convention Day 1. We don't just keep it simple. We don't just keep it real. We keep it honest. God bless.